You are now listening to CTR Media Network.
What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are. The media network, that's the best by far. Whether you listen at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above all. Never lasting. Motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you're asking. Serious talks and topics, how to come up and profit, how to better yourself, your health, and see if we.
The podcast on CTR Media Network.
That's me. I'm so happy to be here. Thanks to her, my podcast is doing great.
To 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like-minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence, all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR is who we are. The media network, that's the best by far, you know. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com. Our CTR Media Network sponsors.
A special shout out to our platinum sponsors, Eleanor and Leroy Mason from happyandhealthy.global. Happyandhealthy.global is a health and nutrition business that educates and provides essential natural wellness products to build your health and wealth. To find out more of what they have to offer to you, go to happyandhealthy.global.
Thank you to our CTR Media Network sponsors. To learn more about our sponsors and CTR Media Network, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
Aluva Ignite is an energy stick pack. We said, how can we give you the energy but without the crash, without the jitters? And that's what Aluva Ignite does. It has the highest quality ingredients sourced from 130 different sources from around the world. It gives you all you need for that sustained long-term energy without the crash, without the jitters.
My name is Ben. I'm 44 years old. I'm a teacher and I've been using Aluva Ignite for several months. Normally my crash would hit right around 1, 2 o'clock. With the Aluva Ignite product, it just blasts right through it and I don't have that crash. Your whole day, you're able to just keep moving, not only physically, but mentally as well. I'm still able to run marathons. I'm still able to chase my kids and get them to where the places they need to go. And I feel great. I know I'm going to get that long-lasting, sustained energy that's going to allow me to accomplish everything that I need to do.
They live, you got 2 to 3 women, you got some women got 3 men right now, and they all know about each other, and they cool, they live in the same house. You got 3 women in the house with 1 man, and they all cool, they live in the house. It's all on social media, it's all on TikTok. They cool with it. They even talking about they even talking about the bills are lighter because they all together.
Yeah.
So how you fight that?
Yeah, we got inflation going on. Yeah.
Yeah,
we got inflation going. People always shack up when there's a recession or inflation going on. People always shack up. That's normal.
Yeah.
But I would say that's not.
not
I would say that's not the majority though. I would say that's not the majority. I would say it's a group of people, and I would say that group is not as large as the majority. I would say the majority is not doing that. Yeah, and social media just.
You know why? You know why, T Swin? Because y'all don't.
Social media
nobody want to come out and tell the truth. Y'all hide. People hiding.
I tell you what.
They with the game. They hiding, man. Come on, don't act like all your homeboys jumping online. Telling me, yeah, I got 2 girlfriends. Man, ain't nobody telling you that business. Ain't nobody jumping online putting their business out there like that unless they want it out there. But stop acting like it's a lot of bunch of people. Why you got all these players? That's poly relationships. Anybody out here cheating, that's a poly relationship. You're still dealing with a double person. So no, it's happening, but they just not putting it out. I mean, now you got these people who don't care. They say, hey, we cool with it. Y'all keep hiding, but we cool with it. This is what's happening with us. And they look happy. They even make videos when they mad at their person, they go to the next woman. I'm like, God.
Yeah, because they being free. Yeah, they being free. And when they get tired of some person, they go around and be with somebody else. They're not learning how to.
This type of world is.
Yeah. I
tell you what we should do. We should have, because I have a nephew, and I was talking to him today, and he was asking me some questions. And I'm proud of him. He's 21, and he's becoming a strong young man in the faith and his belief in God and everything that God has for his life. But he has a lot of questions about women because his greatest things, like he's seeing so many women. These women are dressing all in every kind of way. He upstate New York, so he's seeing it all. He's young, and so I'm helping him navigate through all this. And what we should have, I think this should be one of the ongoing conversations. I think you should have one of your daughters or son or something to come on, or your son to come on the show.
I don't have any sons, bro.
Oh, excuse me.
I got all daughters.
Was it your nephew? You said somebody?
I got nephews. They still in high school, man. They young. They still in high school.
I got a son, but you think I'm real?
Okay, all right.
Yeah, he gonna tell you what it is. He gonna tell you what it is for real. Hey.
Yeah.
And like I said, if I was a young man in this generation right now, I would be more of a fool than I was back in my day. Because today is just more outrageous, man. Like for real. Yeah,
it's wild. I would just tell them, man, stack your money and go on about your business.
Yeah, it's wild.
I say, man, stack your money and go on about your business.
There's so much of that going on now, man. It's all about transfer of funds. Man, that's a whole nother, man. We over that, but that's a whole nother conversation, man. Like, it's so much going on. We got to have a conversation about, no, for real. We got to have a conversation about it's a trick nation. It's a trick nation going on. People pay.
That's been since the beginning of time.
You know what's happening, T Swin? You know what's happening, T Swin? People paying for benefits now. That's what's happening. I'm gonna pay you for the benefits.
Man, that's been since the beginning of time. In some kind of way, you are paying. Whether you paying with your time, your financial resources, your physical, you are paying in some kind of way. It ain't never changed. That's been since the beginning of time. You are paying in some kind of way.
Nothing new under the sun.
Hey, exactly, Pimp C said it, man. Pimp C said, man, y'all.
What's that? Ecclesiastes?
Move to the well. That's all.
Boy.
Yeah.
Pimp C said
it just like I say, it just more out in the open. It's just more out in the open.
Like you say, it's a whole nother game out here, man. And you got a lot of people who rather pay for services than to go through a whole relationship. Why? Is somebody saying, why I'm gonna go through a whole marriage when I just can pay for what I want for the night, and then I can pay for it again.
Oh, wait, we're not even gonna talk about.
I don't need obligation.
We're not even talking about what's coming up in the future, or even it's already here. It just hasn't really been in the forefront yet with women, with robot women.
AI,
who say they're making robots to sexual.
Man, they already out, man. They've been out for a couple years.
Okay.
Who's that market really targeting?
Men.
It's targeting men.
Yeah. They come get a robot. She's cheaper.
Wow.
Well, get that Tesla love.
Like I say, bro, I'm telling you, they own, bro. I seen somebody on TikTok, they got the robot and they actually had a baby with the robot. Everybody say, y'all make sure y'all subscribe to the channel, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Man can't always be wrong. Y'all make sure subscribe to the podcast. Anybody's looking like, we had a few questions, we had a few comments in the chat, man. We did not get to nobody chat tonight.
They come.
I know we over the hour, man.
Let's
Shout out to
see.
everybody's looking. Make sure y'all subscribe for real, man.
Yeah. So Hoverman, man. Last question, bro. Do you think there's benefits in marriage for men?
There's absolutely benefits in marriage because
What are they?
Well, for one, you're able, when a man really needs someone to speak to, when they really needs comfort and a companion, they can find that in their wife, because that's the purpose of a wife. The woman is supposed to uplift their man when they're down and out and going through the battles of life in this world. The man can definitely go to his wife and get that encouragement from his woman, his wife. And another benefit is that, you know, every man wants to be able to enjoy and release things pleasurably in the right way with the woman he loves. And that's another gift that God gave the man and the woman when they come together. He can experience that with his wife. And then thirdly, the man can actually be able to love his wife and then grow and then plant the seed in that woman for the offspring of that man, and the woman can continue the lineage of that family. That's the power of the man and the woman. Now, I'm not going to go too far to it, but I do have to say this. You won't be able to get that on those three things alone. You can't get that if you reverse that order. If a man loves a man and a woman loves a woman, it won't happen.
Yeah.
My last
this way, man.
We're going to let's look at the question. I think it's a question or comment here by Expediting America.
Expediting America.
It says they are supposed to do that, but they don't. Yeah, you're right. That's not happening. It is present in most marriages, but the funny thing, but this is the thing too, and I don't know if y'all agree with this. I want to know your opinion in this. Now, do y'all agree? Is that happening more with people who do have God or know of God and believe in God, that they have this in their marriage? Or is it happening more with those who don't have God and believe in God in the family order?
I would say there's no way for us to really know.
Bro, and I don't think it's there's no way to know. And then me being a musician in church, you keep bringing up God and all this, bro. Well, I'm sorry, but the most biggest freaks and hoes I messed with was from the church.
Okay.
I'm a musician.
Okay.
They came out the church. The
I don't think
sitting in the front row, everything. So it ain't. And the good women I knew didn't come from the church. Most of my hoes I met came from the church. So that's what I'm saying. You want to keep throwing biblical out there, but that's not the church, man. You got hoes that come to church to get in.
And
then so the good man. So they ain't. I'm just being real with you, man. Most of the hoes and freaks in church was no problem. With ease. Pastor daughters, they children, no problem. Right under the pastor was ease.
Okay.
That's what it is. So it ain't about the church. You gotta just find a good
person,
man.
Like I said,
y'all gonna find them in the church.
I think
keep getting hurt.
I think it don't matter. I don't think it matters inside the church or outside, because I used to frequent church a lot, bro. I used to frequent church a lot. I was Bible study 2 times on Sunday, and what I noticed was there was more women in the church than men.
Okay.
Right? Because if you want to hold it to scripture, man, it holds a lot of people that sex. It had to hold them accountable. You know what I'm saying? And they're not holding a lot of people accountable today. And so you would see these women in church, they be in there all the time, and they be single mothers. They hearing the word all the time, right? They say, they got another kid, but they still ain't married. They're not in a relationship. So going to church for years. You see them now? They got 3, 4 kids, different daddies. Church is not having an influence. You know what I'm saying?
That as a pastor,
yeah. So I say I don't think it matters. I think it's with that person. It's with that person. You know what I'm saying? It's your environment, your upbringing, and sometimes for people, sometimes the light don't ever come on for certain people.
I'm saying you got evil people go to church. It ain't about church, man.
Yeah.
It ain't about going to church. That ain't even the same no more. Church ain't even the same no more. What you mean? Church is a business. Church is a business, man.
Yeah.
I'm a musician, and I'm telling you, church is a business. It ain't the same like back in the day no more. It ain't the same, bro. We got, like I say, we're gonna either adapt to what's happening now. You can't help nobody. You ain't finna adapt what's happening now. You keep talking that back in the day, it ain't helping nobody now because everybody gonna look at you like, man, yo, what up? That ain't what happened today. Ain't nobody.
Yeah.
Like, I see young dudes walking in church. First thing you're checking out is the girls who walk in church, and the girls walking checking out the dudes that's walking in church. It ain't that no more. And you know it's bad
Yeah,
like
we
that
in,
because
yeah,
you
we
got
in different
pastors, you got too
times.
many pastors that got caught up. You got too many pastors
Yeah.
and I got all these leaders that got caught up. So it ain't about the church no more. You got to just find
Yeah.
a person that's good for you and find your match and find somebody
Yeah.
that's fit. It ain't about that. It ain't all about religion to me no more. It ain't about that. You got to find somebody that's good for you, man. I done been with all that, did that religion, did the church girl and all that. I'm still divorced, still got kids on the side. What? Still went through the cheating thing. This all with a church girl. Nah.
Okay.
Ain't what it is, no.
Okay.
No.
Is it beneficial? Is in this day and time?
Now I'm mad.
Is marriage?
Got the dog, and I got to remember all this.
So are we saying it's not beneficial, or
what'd you say?
So the question, so getting back on topic, as a whole, do you think in 2023 is marriage beneficial to men?
With the right person, it can be. It can't nothing in life be beneficial with the wrong thing. And that's what I'm saying. It just got to be the right person. Anything is beneficial with the right person. It's a simple question. How can something be beneficial with the wrong person? It only be.
Hey, we had an example when we had
thinking we can find the right person in just specific locations. No.
When we had the ladies on, they was talking about having benefits with the wrong person as long as he had money. So we already had an example. There you go.
I brought that up, I brought that up myself, but benefits, like I said, they were talking about money official beneficial, but the question about lifestyle is, do we find benefits married? It got to be with the right person. That's just it. Yeah. Who ain't gonna agree with that? You can't get.
I believe it's out there. I believe it's out there. I believe in love. I believe that the pickings are slim, though it's scarce. It's hard to find people with traditional values, or somebody that's not looking for their own personal agenda. They got your interests at heart too. I think it's real.
And the lady age, you get caught in lady age because around our age, like he said, like he said, you got people people got kids and people that got leverage now. Late in age, you got that. You know what I'm saying? But you know, that's what it is. So you just gotta find somebody who benefits you. And a lot of people are with the wrong people. Just get with somebody who's for you. You know what I'm saying? You forcing yourself through a relationship, or you feel like it's called going through the motions. You in the wrong relationship.
Oh yeah.
Let it go.
You can't be yourself.
And that's what
you feel.
That was my curse. I was going through the motions. I felt like I had to stay in a relationship to make these people happy, or just to show we're gonna survive. But now live for you. Do what's beneficial for you, and find what's beneficial for you, and you're gonna be happy. Find your, my words is always find your best friend. I don't believe your best friend will always be beneficial to you. Find your best friend, and that's all you gotta do. And let the rest go.
Outstanding.
Gotcha.
Excellent show.
Yeah, I think it turned out to be a very good discussion, man.
Yeah,
it's very passionate on certain parts. Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, we hope everyone enjoyed the show, and once again, before we all depart our ways, to make sure y'all subscribe to our YouTube channel, Men Can Always Be Wrong podcast. And if anyone has any final questions that want to go ahead and drop that, y'all can before we wrap it up.
Last, your boy LDC1. I enjoyed the show. You know what I'm saying? It's a very interesting podcast. Shout out to my whole team. Shout out to CTR, everybody in the media group. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, it's always a debate. It's always a good topic. You know what I'm saying? We agree to disagree at the end of the day. But you know what I'm saying? My last thing is find somebody that's beneficial to you. And to find that, you have to also break down yourself, look at your reflection, and really find out what are you seeking and what are you looking for. Relationships hurt, damaged, scorned, burnt, whatever, and we move right into the next relationship and ain't even healed ourselves, and that's the problem. So, you're not going to be beneficial to nobody if you don't benefit yourself. So benefit yourself first, fix yourself first, so you can benefit the relationship you're trying to get into and want to get into. You know what I'm saying? And then, like I say, make sure that other person is beneficial with you. There's nothing wrong with making sure somebody can bring to the table, which you miss nothing wrong. I don't see nothing wrong with that. Even though I might not ever use a dime of this woman money.
Okay, we lost Byron for a little bit.
Okay, JB, what you
got? Finish.
This is my opinion. You know, there's a lot of things that have to fall in place for a marriage to work anyway. You got to be on the same page, communication. You got to be on the same page about the financing. You definitely got to be on the same ways about morals. If those things don't match,
yeah,
you don't need to be married to that person. And this, no, I ain't gonna say I'm bitter, but, but women in America, man, y'all done lost. We done lost. I ain't gonna say this women. I'm gonna say men and women in America. We done lost our moral. We done lost our values, and that's why we get in all these situations to where we getting with people that don't work.
Wow. And I want to say, you know, in closing, is that we have laws in this country as it relates to marriage, as it relates to all things regarding this country and the way of life in our society. And if these laws are not followed within marriage, then there are consequences that goes with that. And there are penalties that go with that based on the laws of this country. But then there's another law, and there's the law in the kingdom of heaven that God has always ordained for us when it relates to marriages. And ladies and gentlemen, if I were you, I'd rather obey the laws of God than to obey the laws of this land, because these laws of the land can change at any moment, and it can be against the man or it can be against the woman. But the laws of heaven is just.
Now this don't make no sense at all. You know you bad. Take your foot off these folk neck. Oh, I don't know how much more of this beauty I can take. You can't be giving us all that at once. You're going to have to give it to us in increments because, baby, you bad. Love you, bye.
Hey, everybody, and welcome to Coffee Conversation with Sandy and Friends. I am super, super excited that you are with us on tonight. This is part of the CTR Media Network for Podcasters Tour, and this is the finale. So listen, I want you to share it out. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with you for an amazing show with the phenomenal, yes, I'm talking about Dr. Tina Ramsey, you all. We're going to knock it out. We're going to have a great time tonight. Yeah, we're on a Tuesday night. So I'm super, super excited. I'm excited about what is about to happen in our CTR Media Network family. So listen, guys, stay tuned. I'll be right back with you. Well, thank you so much. I am Sandy Sanders. I am the host and creator of Coffee Conversations with Sandy and Friends. It is our platform where we have, yes, authors, and we have guests, invited guests that do come on and be with us. We have a weekly talking segment that comes on each and every week. And we're super excited. Coffee Conversations is an award-winning talking segment conversation to empower you, to inspire you, to encourage you. And most of all, it is a place of accountability so that we can be the person who we were born to become and be our authentic self. So listen, I am super excited that you have joined us on tonight. And if you will, I would like to welcome those that are watching and tuning in with us for the very first time, those that are watching from our YouTube channel, Coffee Conversations with Sandy. And I'd like to say hello to my family on CTR Media Network, our YouTube family there, as well as our Facebook family. Thank you so much for tuning in tonight. I do ask that you share our broadcast with at least 5 individuals that would, that will benefit from our conversation on tonight. I'm all tongue-tied because I'm excited, y'all, so forgive me, okay? But listen, I am going to, without further ado, bring these fabulous, fabulous women that are on with me tonight. Coming forward to the table, because that's what this is a virtual table. I'm talking about Dr. Tina Ramsey, and she's coming on. Yes, there you are. Hey,
how are you?
I am good. I'm all fiberglass. Anyway, tongue-tied and the whole nine, but I am super excited to have you on tonight. This is the finale of the tour of the CTR Media Podcasters and our family. So I am super excited. Thank you so much for being here. And yes, and that we're ending it on Coffee Conversations with Sandy and Friends.
Yes, I'm so excited. Thank you so much for having us.
Absolutely. Well, you brought along, we have some of the podcasters that are part of the family, and we're going to go ahead and bring these amazing, amazing podcasters on. We have with us, yes, Miss Anna L. Brothers and also Dr. Connie Green. Yes, hi, ladies. How y'all doing?
You guys are muted.
Yep.
Doing amazing. How are you doing?
Great.
Sandy?
So as
Sandy,
y'all know,
how are you doing?
I am doing great. Thank you, Dr. Connie. Miss Ann, how you doing?
I'm doing fine. I'm doing great. And you?
Yes, I'm doing good. Having a like you said, we had a busy day today. I think everyone, the CTR Media Network have just come off of, I think, a first adventure outing at a conference in Atlanta. We're going to be talking about that. But to our audience right now, we do start our broadcast with a word of prayer, and we ask that you all would join us, and then we'll get started right in with our conversation tonight with the CTR Media Network Podcasters Tour. And this is the finale. Gracious Heavenly Father, we bless you. We do give you glory. We give you honor. We thank you, oh God, for being our Lord and our Savior. We thank you, oh God, that you kept us all day long. And God, we just thank you that you woke us up this morning, clothed us in our right mind, Lord. And we thank you, oh God, that we have made it here. We anticipated this time. So we thank you, God. We ask that you would forgive us for all of our sins, our iniquities, anything that would displease you. And by faith, God, we come before your throne of grace, asking you to bless this broadcast. We ask that you would bless the listeners, that something that we may say on tonight will touch the hearts of your people. And God, we thank you, oh God, that after tonight, their lives will never be the same. You will impact their life by, their lives will be impacted by these amazing women. And we thank you, oh God, for your servant, Dr. Tina Ramsey tonight, God. We thank you for her assignment that is upon her life. And we bless you and we give you glory. In Jesus' name we pray. We thank you, Dr. Tina, for carrying out the assignment. This is an assignment.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Yes.
It is. It is.
Yeah. Yeah. And you've been a good steward in the assignment in which God has called you to do. And we feel honored to be a part of it. Tell us about the CTR Media Network. And we're going to just share a little bit about who you are. Dr. Tina Ramsey is the founder of this amazing network. CTR Media Network is a new standard of podcasting with 30 plus podcasters. This network reaches over 350 million global listeners worldwide in over 50 countries across all major podcasting and social media platforms that have featured over 1,000 guests. We bring you positive, impactful content created to help you grow. Dr. Tina Ramsey is a global speaker. She is an international global speaker. She's also a author, international author as well, #1 bestseller. There's so much more. I don't have her bio in front of me, but these are just a few of the things that I know of her. And we're super excited to have you on with us tonight. I'm going to yield back and just let you share your heart here and welcome, say hello to our audience.
Hello, Coffee Conversations with Sandy and Friends audience. All right. I'm so happy to be here with you all today. CTR Media Network is more than just a network. And many people, there's so many different networks out there that's phenomenal, but we do things a little bit differently. And when one's come into the fold, they actually can feel the difference and experience the difference. And so she already gave you enough on me. If you want to know any more, you can just Google me. This ain't the Tina show. So I just came into this assignment and finally said yes to what God had in store for me to do. And this is just the representation and the manifestation of what he said. Tina, I want you to do this. Yes. And the result of doing what I say, he's blessing my efforts. I don't take any of the credit. Credit goes to him and also the amazing podcasters. So let's go ahead and get this thing on the road.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I want to share with the audience that you and I, we first got to know, you and I sat on a platform together with one of the podcasters that's part of the CTR family, who she had a conference, and it was for CEOs of nonprofit organizations. And Dr. Tina, at that time, she was not Dr. Tina, she was just Tina Ramsey, but the doctor was in the making. But yes, and her and I, we connected, and it was like a kindred spirit there. I admire this young lady. I admire what she's doing, what she stands for, and all that she presents. And it is now into a third year. I think you and I have been kind of connected about 3 years, and look what God has done. I'm super excited. Thank you for allowing me to be on your journey. We have with us the phenomenal Dr. Connie Green. Dr. Connie Green is also one of the podcasters of the CTR family. She has a podcast show. Dr. Connie, come on and say hi to us.
Hello, everyone. And I am so excited to be with Coffee Conversations with Sandy. I watch you often, and I get so excited to hear some of the topics that you go through. And it's really blessed me over the few years that I've known you. And I got to know you from Tina Ramsey, Dr. Tina Ramsey, from one of her shows. So I'm just so excited to be here today. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you so much for inviting me to join you.
Absolutely. I'm happy to have you here as well. You have a phenomenal story. I look forward to you sharing with our audience a little bit about who you are and how individuals can reach out to you and be a part of your podcast. And we have, yes, Sweet Blessings herself, Miss Anna L. Brothers. Come on and say hello to the Coffee Conversation family, if you will.
Hello. And thank you for having me. I am so grateful to be here and blessed. Yeah. What else you want to know about me?
This is the girls sitting around the table. Okay, like you're saying, this is exactly what this is. That's what we do here at Coffee Conversations. So
you know, I'm not one to brag about myself.
We're just having a conversation.
Yes.
Indeed. I
got my tea this evening.
Got your tea tonight?
Yeah, I got my tea tonight. And I got a little pot over here behind me, so I don't have to get up and go. I'm prepared this evening.
You know what? That's like people that go to the restaurant, Dr. Connie, and so you know, I'm not one that has the hot sauce in the purse. Whenever you go to they say they can't go anywhere without the hot sauce. Okay, so that's Miss Ann. I've learned something new about you, Ann, tonight. Take a coffee with her tea with her, wherever she goes. She gonna have it with her. Well, welcome to Coffee Conversations. I am delighted we had an opportunity to be Vera Thomas show on last week. And so this is love. I do want to say hi to Lady Tracy Hocambry, and there she is. That's a girl. She says, "Hey, Tina," and
she's gonna be one of our podcasters coming soon.
Yes, we are so excited. Hocambry, yes, Tracy, thank you so much. She said, "Can't wait to join the CTR family. God is doing some amazing works." Yes, He is. And yes, what a beautiful, blessed panel. Well, we honor you as well. So to our audience, this has been a tour. You kicked it off. Listen, I'm looking at the numbers here. I want to see who was our very first. I think it was Lady Kim.
No, it was Tiffany.
It was
Tiffany.
Yes, it was Tiffany. Okay. And so here we are. And what has it been like? Ann and Dr. Connie, where you tell us how this tour has been and what it is for you to be a part of the CTR family. And I'm gonna start with you.
Oh, okay. Well, let me say this. It has been a learning experience for me because I am new at this, and so me coming on the programs, sometimes I feel like I'm out of place, but coming on the program, you all are so dynamic that I feel like, but I'm okay. I'm doing it because I'm new and I'm got the, that mindset. You got to get that mindset to what you're doing. I'm new at it, and so there is a fear of it. But Tina knows that I handle fear very well.
Oh yeah. Oh, yeah.
So
someone could be listening to you right now that also have had that little apprehensive and they've wanted to start a podcast. What has helped you get over that hump? Because fear may have several humps, but you made over that first hurdle. So speak to that. How do you speak to the audience or someone who
Well, I don't like to be fearful of anything, and that's a challenge. And so I look at it as a challenge, and that's something that I need to work on personally. Okay. And so therefore, I set little goals. It can be a long-term. I want to reach a long-term goal, but I set little bitty goals along the way to make me reach that long-term goal, to get me out of that mindset that I have. And to be perfectly honest, that's how I met Tina, was through because I was afraid to go live on Facebook. And so therefore, I joined some challenges to get over that fear. And they had it set up like a team. And so it was a team. So, I'm very competitive. I hate to say that. But
okay, so we just learned something. That is competitive, y'all. Okay, who said got some competitiveness. I can see her with her headband on and
and so therefore I set that goal, and I met Tina there, and I mean I don't even remember. It was a long time ago. And we have been friends since I feel like I'm part of her family. You
are. So we were seeing cookies.
And so I know I didn't tell you what I do, but I am a retired school teacher. And I'm also a certified cake instructor. And I taught that for 20 years. I'm still do some outside consulting with them. They call me in from time to time. And they have been encouraging me to, like I told you before, to have classes, which I am going to start some classes in January. So look for me. If you're not on my Sweet Listine's platform, you see that sweet is very important. But Listine is too. Okay, so I don't want to take up all the time because I'm like this. I can really talk.
And that's why we're podcasters. People that are podcasters, I've learned to accept that we love to talk. We do. We like to talk. Right, Dr. Connie?
Well, yes and no. Naturally, I am an introvert. So I'm a little bit like Miss Anna. I was pushed and pulled and prodded and everything else because I did not like lives. It took me a long time to hit that button live, but I was like, Miss Anna, I would not be defeated. I was the type of person, I don't give up. I'm gonna keep going till I get it right, and I'm gonna do it ugly. I'm gonna do it wrong. I'm gonna be embarrassed and all that kind of stuff. And I just try to keep pushing. So with this tour, it has helped me to get me out of my comfort zone, number one, and to be around people that I can say that don't just tolerate me, but celebrate me. And it's been an amazing experience for me. It has really touched my heart and my soul. If I feel like I'm in a place that I need to be with the people that God has put in my life to help me cultivate, to do his will in the perfect way. And seeing the podcasters and all the gifts and talents and the stories that I've heard over the last few months has been life-changing for me. And meet Miss Tina Ramsey.
Oh, don't you start. Don't you cry, because I don't cry too.
She's amazing.
Don't you all start, because when somebody else cries, I cry.
Yeah. I'm getting a little emotional
and
because
listen, I didn't come prepared for the.
I don't have no tissue.
So we'll come on the camera, okay? And we'll go get some tissue. So, well, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, she's basically like a daughter to me. I feel like she's my daughter. And as well as my coach, she pushes me. When I said, well, Miss Tina, I don't think I can do that. She said, yes, you can. I'm going to help you do this, do that. So when we went on the tour in Atlanta, it really touched my heart because my computer, I wasn't able to log on like I was supposed to. I didn't know what I was doing. And she gave me her computer and she said, okay, we're going to go ahead and let you use my computer and go ahead and make you some money. And so she allowed me to use her. And it just really touched my heart because most people won't do that, because she could have been making the money that she allowed me to make. And it just really blessed me and touched my heart. I've never had nobody to be that kind to me and be that giving to me without wanting something in return. So it has been life-changing for me, and I'm so excited to be a part of this team.
Yes, indeed. And Dr. Tina, that's who she is. She so let's bring everyone that is watching know how did we all come apart of being a part of, each of these ladies have shared a testimony, but doing podcasting and knowing that you wanted to have individuals and share your knowledge with others. Come on and share your heart with us.
I know for me, you saying you want to know how it is for us to connect.
Yes.
Okay, so hello, she.
Yes, she trucking is on. Yes.
Okay, so how we all can connect it. I mean, it's just God. It's simple as that, because we're all in different states. We don't know each other from a can of paint. We was in certain circumstances that put us in line, right? Absolutely. And so I met you from Tiffany, Dr. Sandy. Then I met Dr. Connie through being a featured guest on Dr. Kim. It might be Dr. Kim Jacobs' show. Yes. And I met Anna about 5, 6. I stopped counting after 5 years, Anna. And I met her from a live challenge that was totally different from what we're doing now, that all led us to this one destination. So I just feel that it's just something that is directed by God, and because we all mesh, we're family. It's a real agape love type of family.
Yeah.
And we're a community. And we help each other. So it's different. It's real different and unique. Like She Trucking said, it's very unique. So it's really blessed at the end of the day.
She said it's providence. That's
wow.
Tracy said we got a new word, Tracy.
Yes. All right.
She knew. She coming in and bring up them words.
The words, right, Tracy. All I want to say hi to her. She said that was good. They celebrate and not tolerate her. I'm not. Who had said that? Something in
Dr. Connie.
Yeah,
Dr. Connie. Yeah, Mandela. So those of you that are tuning in, as as you can see, we are with Dr. Tina Ramsey, Dr. Connie Green, and Anna L. Brothers, who is a longtime educator and full of knowledge, full of wisdom, who has been in the classroom and now will be behind a microphone, just hearing others talk about their journey as well as pour into others. So we're looking forward to hearing more about these two podcasters. I do want to just share with the audience, thank you all for tuning in right now. She said, come on through, Jesus. Yes, indeed. Indeed. Go through, Jesus, for sure. I want to share my screen here because I want our audience, those of you that are watching and tuning in for the first time, that CTR Media, want to pull this one up. Yes, is a plethora of shows. Of course, we have the one and only Dr. Tina Ramsey, who has her podcast, and then we have our network. Got some new individuals, King's Truck Group. We have men that are a part. That is real exciting. We have Mr. Michael Finkley out of the Carolinas. Vera Thomas, you all, we were on her show last week, and we have a global movement for global health. Here is the wisdom tips for Dr. Green. Then we have the Queen Candy herself. And we have, Boss Lady Level Up. As you can see, I'm going to keep on, I don't want to call it because it's growing and growing and growing. We'll be here all night, you all. But go to ctrmedianetwork.com and you will be able to see more information about these podcasters. I want to ask each of the podcasters to come on and just share a little bit about how they, what made them say yes when it was time to, as they say, press that button and come on and be a part of the CTR family. I'm going to start with Dr. Connie. And if you will, come on and just share your heart with us. Tell us a little bit about who you are, a little bit about your story, and what can we expect from your podcast? And that'll kind of be a question that all of us will, our audience, when you talk about wisdom tips. So I want you to tell us a little bit about who you are, and then we'll talk about what can we expect when we come on your show.
Okay. Well, my name, like you said, is Dr. Connie Green. I'm a wife, I'm a mother, and I'm a grandmother as well. Mm-hmm. I also am a Christian counselor and a life coach for over 25 years. I have a talk show. I'm a talk show host, and it's called Wisdom Tips with Dr. Connie Green, and it airs every Thursday at 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. And it airs on, of course, CTR Media Network, as well as YouTube and Spotify and a few other platforms as well. I'm an author of now it's 4 books. Actually, I was an author. I've always had 3 books now. I've got 2 other books that are going to be coming out, but one other book coming out this year called When Love Hurts. First one is When Love Hurts. The second one is When Love Heals. The third one is When Love Heals, the Ugly Spirit of Jealousy. And I'll have another book that's an ebook that's coming out as well this year. And so what do? I give guidance to amazing women, survivors who have been heartbroken, victimized, and overwhelmed by life disappointments. I teach them and empower them to get wisdom, number one. And the reason they need to get wisdom so they can learn how to love. So I would like for them to learn how to love. And when they love, it activates the power of forgiveness. And when they can forgive, then they're able to rise up from the ashes of trauma and become confident women that they are and be, they're created in the image of God. So they're able to do other things that they need to do in life. And they're ready to change the trajectory of their life forever so they can live a victorious life. And the reason I do this and the reason I care about the women that are overwhelmed with life disappointments, because I know what it's like to be heartbroken. I know what it's like to be victimized. I know what it's like to be overwhelmed. I know what it's like to be disappointed, because when I was a young girl growing up, very young in my household, was raised in a violent, drug addicted home, where my father beat my mother on a regular basis. And from that, my daddy killed my mother when I was 15 years old with a single gunshot wound to her stomach after domestic violence for so many years. He finally killed her. And when he did that, I was only 15. So as I began to grow and mature as a young adult, I became an alcoholic, and also smoked pot, I often tell people, and just was on a road of destruction. I tried to commit suicide 3 times, so I was a mess. But thank the Lord, I was able to recover and forgive those that victimized me, as well as one of my family members that also molested me when I was young. And through the power of God, knowing who he was, and had a mentor, wonderful aunt of mine named Ola Love. She's home to be with the Lord now. She witnessed to me, as well as a young lady that I used to work with on my job. And I gave my life to the Lord, and the rest is history. And then from there, I'm able to do all these amazing things, help women, pull them out of the darkness into the marvelous light through the power of God, not of my own, but I give God all the praise and all the glory. And I just felt like if I could have went through all the things I went through and more, and God delivered me and set me free, and I was able to bounce back from those setbacks, and I became a weapon of mass destruction in the kingdom of darkness. That's what I'm here for. I will not leave a woman without having, any woman that I know, I will not leave her there by herself to grieve and cry and give up and want to give her, just tear her life apart. Mm-hmm. I feel like that it's very important to love, forgive, and help other people move forward. It's just like I do. In the end, I was able to forgive my father and help him get out of a homeless situation that he was in, and begin to love him, and end up burying him. My husband preached his funeral, and I'm totally delivered from any bitterness that he's ever done to me, my family, or my mother. So that's a little bit of my story.
Wow. Oh, she said a little bit, but Dr. Connie, we know that there's so much more. I want you all to really look out for her podcast. If you, we're going to have your information up, Dr. Connie, but you said something that I wrote down is rise up. There's so many women that stay stuck. And we're finding, I do not think that we have reached all the women and men that need Christ, that need Jesus, that need someone to believe in them. Because truth be told, I think the reason why we went through those seasons of the alcohol and the drugs and whatever is because nobody was believing it. I didn't feel worthy.
Right.
Feel worthy.
Absolutely.
We made so many mistakes. And so the choices were not good choices. And so I believe that there are other women that someone needs to know, yeah, girl, you can make it. Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes, young man, you can make it. Someone believes in you. And it's going to take tough love too. Tough love. And we're talking about tough love. I know that Miss Ann, she being a teacher, gives some tough love. So I present to you all, the audience, and before you start talking, we're going to do a brief commercial about CTR. And then when we come back, I will let you come on and bring us into a conversation about that wisdom and the tough love, and just knowing those students that have come through your classroom and how probably they've come back. And I'm thankful for Miss Anna. I'm looking forward to hearing that. You all stay tuned. One moment.
Hello, everybody. I am Dr. Tina J. Ramsey, and I want to share with you about CTR Media Network. Have you heard? CTR Media Network is a new standard of podcasting with over 30 plus podcasters. We reach 350 million global listeners worldwide in over 50 plus countries across all major podcasting and social media platforms. We have featured over 1,000 guests. what we specialize in is helping business owners, entrepreneurs, coaches, and fellow podcasters expand their visibility on our platform. We're all about positioning with visibility, connections, and teaching you how to monetize what you do. Let me tell you something. If you're a business owner, we have sponsorships opportunities. We have commercial slots. We also have opportunities for you to be a featured guest on any of our shows. So what are you waiting for? CTR Media Network is who we are, and this is where you need to be. So go to ctrmedianetwork.com and click our store feature so that you can see which opportunity fits your life and your budget so that we can get started working with you today.
In the CTR Media Network, make sure that you go to the website so that you can begin your podcasting journey. With the CTR Media Network family. At this time now, we're going to bring Sweet Blessings herself. Yes, Anna L. Brothers. Yes, indeed. Before Anna, you come on, we are going to just want to share a little screen here. Y'all, she's amazing. You want to kind of get a little snippet of who this amazing lady is. Let's take a look.
Hello, and welcome to the Anna L. Brothers Show podcast, where we inspire, encourage, and empower people to live a healthier lifestyle. Today, I am going to be talking to you about the gift of giving.
Hey, that's enough. That's a snippet. That's sweet voice. That's why it's called Sweet Blessing. Sweet Blessing. This podcast is about self-awareness, self-care, inspiring, encouraging, and empowering people to live a healthy and better life. Listen, Coffee Conversation family and CTR family, I introduce to you now, yes, Sweet Blessings herself, Miss Anna L. Brothers. Come on and give us your, say hi to us and share with us.
Well, I have some notes here because, I get sometimes that mind goes, all over here. I'm one of those, But most of you know that I'm a retired school teacher. I taught for like 30-something years. And I taught the babies. I've taught all grades, don't get me wrong, but my degree was in early childhood education, which was very important to me. And so self-care, like Sandy has said, is very important. And I think that my podcast is for everyone because we need to start at a young age to teach our children to think very highly of themselves and to take care of themselves. And so by me being in that field of early childhood education, this was one of the platforms that I felt like I needed to address. And then as far as the cake decorating, I just happened to get on that. I was always a baker. That's how I started cooking. I started baking when I was about 7 or 8 years old. I wish I had thought about it because I would have brought the cookbook so that you could have seen it that my mother gave me. I still have that cookbook where it has the little pictures in it that you that you pour the little stuff in to make the recipe. And so, but I was not a decorative baker. And so when I was about 50 years old, so I'm telling my age now, I decided to give my mother her 75th birthday party. And so I took a cake decorating class. And from that class, I became an instructor. They asked me to become an instructor, and I taught for nearly 20 years. I taught school, and then after school, I would teach cake decorating there. So always take pictures of whatever you do. It doesn't matter whether it's that. I'm also an educator. I've taught classes to adults as well. And I'm also an administrator. I have an administrative degree. I do some consulting for the state. I still do that even though I'm retired. And I mentor 18 sites to get their national accreditation, their daycare. So I work with them so that they can, because it helps them get grants and and things like that. And so I also do that. Then the next thing is I'm crafty. I'm a crafty person. So I sew, I quilt, I do needlework, I knit. And so those are important things to me as well. And those are things that my mother and my grandmother taught me that I feel like I need to share with others and teach them that. I don't want those things, those skills to die by the wayside, because, you know, we're so busy doing all kinds of things. So everybody in my family can sew, even my granddaughter. So my mother made sure that we all can knit. And so she started us off at a very young age. So it's just a tradition that just carried on. So I'm willing to share that as well. But when I decided to take on the task of becoming a podcaster was when my mother was ill. She was diagnosed with dementia, and she had a stroke. And so I kind of journeyed her life. That's when I was doing my lives and stuff, like her going through her process, because people don't understand mental illness. I felt like I know I didn't understand it. And so I felt like God was telling me or using me as a platform to make people more aware. During that time, I joined this choir, and it was called Good Memories. It's touching to me. And I took my mother there. It was because music does a lot for people with dementia. And so she just enjoyed it. But during that time, they asked me to tell my story with my mother. And it was lots of people there, but they selected me. And I just felt like that might have been God, you know, leading me down that path. And then Northwestern Hospital asked me to come and speak on that. And through these little things, I appeared on the Washington Post, telling my mother's story, the article. They did an article that they have done an article on me in a Christian magazine as well, and it's also for the AARP magazine. So like I said, my podcast is family oriented. It's informational. Now, I am going to be having some guests. I'm working on that. So I will be starting in January, February. I will be having guests on. I'm going to creep into that situation and I have a lot of people lined up for that as well. So it is something for everyone. And I'm just blessed to be here. That's all I got to say.
Awesome. Yes, indeed. We're blessed to be a part of it. Thank you. Now you all see that fear factor is over. And she's going even afraid. And you know what the unique thing about it is that you talk about how you started out doing just lives. That was that. I think maybe all of us probably, I had that. Yeah. And so here you are. You're a consultant, you're helping others, you have that servant's heart. And I love where you had said sharing with others. And so you've served mothers and fathers and families by educating the children. Children would find themselves in safe spaces because you're there. And now we come and sit and listen and talk with you and glean from what you can still continue to bring to us in the community. So we're very happy that you made that choice to become a podcaster and being a caregiver for your mother. And just before Vera from the Vera Thomas Show is on, she's going to come and talk to us. But what made you want to journal somewhat in video or lives with your mother as you were talking about the dementia and taking care? What gave you that saying, hey, I need to share what's happening?
I did that because most people, as Black people, I can only speak for the Black race.
Yeah.
They shun people with mental illnesses. I know as I was growing up, you would hear people say, "Oh, is something wrong with them?" Or let's cross the street because they, people would talk to themselves.
Come on, Miss Anna. Yes.
Come
on,
just
yes.
all kinds of, and I felt like maybe it was us as individuals that did not understand these people. And so they're humans just like everybody else. It's an illness. It's an illness. And so I felt like people needed to see a positive side of what my mother was going through because it was truly positive. She was in a very good facility. She had her own room, own bathroom, and the place that she was in was strictly for people with memory that had some type of memory loss. And they had all kinds of activities and things for them to participate in, and all of those things. It was just, and I think that people needed to see that, because sometimes people don't get counseling when they need it, and I found, I'm from a religious background, but people go to their minister as opposed to going to a counselor who has knowledge in that field, whereas most of the time a pastor does not have that. I'm not speaking down on pastors, but they don't have that knowledge to deal with someone. And you need someone who is equipped, just like to deal with suicide, suicide or whatever. Right. So you need someone that is now I'm good with children, but I'm not that good with adults who have that disability, because I really did not know anything about that disability.
So it helped you with your experience with your mother, and you all, this is phenomenal. And I know we're talking about a podcast, but now I'm gone into my interviewing conversational piece. This is what we do on Coffee Conversation. I love it. I love it. This is part of, and I want to bring you on the show so we can just learn and glean from you, because it's so true. How many of you all were all African American women were of the Black race, with the African American race? It was looked upon with some sort of a dementia or mental illness. It was looked upon as if something was wrong with you. You're crazy. You're not. There's nothing wrong with you. You just need to go pray about it. We don't diminish. Anybody want to hop in? We don't take away the fact that there is power in prayer. We all acknowledge that. But if I have a heart issue, I'm going to go to a cardiologist. If I have a mental issue, then I should go to someone, along with my prayer and asking God, lead me to someone, Lord, that I can get my mind right. And so many people suffered. So many women and men in the body of Christ suffered for years. Anybody want to chime in on that?
I will. I'll chime in. Absolutely.
Not ready on this one, right?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Vera. You want to go ahead?
I was just going to say that a lot of mental illness, like depression and other things in particular, it's a chemical imbalance a lot of times that causes that, a chemical imbalance in our system. And also, our diets can have a lot to do with our disposition and our attitudes and our mental state. When you think about the impact, and I know, Sister Anna, you're a baker. I know you love your sweets.
But you can bake healthy too.
Yes,
clean baking.
Yes, because white
that's a good subject right there.
I know.
It is.
Man.
White sugar can destroy us, and it can, it gets kids all revved up, and so just think about the impact that food has on us. that's all I want to say, because that has a lot to do with our mental health as well.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you, Vera, for adding to the conversation. Dr. Connie, you want to add to the conversation?
Yes. I would like to share a little something about it, because with me being in ministry over 30 years with my husband, I'm assistant pastor.
Yes.
And one of the reasons I went to school for counseling is because I've seen the deficiency of ministries not understanding about mental illness. I suffered from mental illness as a child and didn't realize until I went to school and ended up diagnosing myself because I had all the markers that were in the books. And when I shared it with my first book, When Love Hurts, it was actually about overcoming depression. I was depressed just about all my young adult life to about in my 30, to about 35, going on to 40, I think, maybe about 39. Yes. So after I went to school and I found out that I had the markers, the Lord took me through a series of scriptures, and he taught me through wisdom. And that's why I started my podcast about wisdom tips. Through the word of God, I had got the wisdom of how to diagnose myself, and as well as how to heal myself. And the main reason why I think I was so depressed is because of all the things that happened to me that I never got any help for. At 15, I had the trauma, but I had to keep going because people would say, don't cry, get over it, it'll be all right.
Yeah.
And then I went to church. They said it was of the devil if you say you're depressed.
Right.
And so everybody would just shoot you down. So when I went to school, I knew it had to be something different. I said something, I'm not crazy. I know something's not right for me to be sad all the time.
Yeah.
And I smile and put on a face when I'm at church and say, I'm blessed and have this favor, and go home and crawl up in a knot and turn the lights off and close the blinds.
Come on.
And didn't have a life, just didn't have a life.
And we put on a mask.
Yeah, we put on a mask.
We will put on a mask because of the stigma. And you all will be hearing Tracy on her show. And as she said, that's her lane. This is her lane in the advocacy of mental health.
Absolutely.
And so this is good. Listen, you all, you want to know who these podcasters are. I want to yield back, and two more have come on. The young man that came on, who's part of the family now, I want him to come back. He was in the right room. We were talking about mental illness and all that, but brother, yes, you were in the right room. I promise you. I promise you. So come on back, please do. Dr. Tina, in this conversation where you have there's a variety, a diverse a group of podcasters. That is the uniqueness. Let's go ahead and talk about the benefits of being a podcaster of CTR Media and our diversity.
Well, the benefit of being a part of CTR Media Network is what you see right here. It's diverse. You can see representation of yourself. So many people are suffering in silence. And so with that being said, CTR Media Network is a family-friendly network that will be touching the topics of the day, as well as what's happening in the world, and also sharing our transparent, unscripted lives with you. Just like many people look at me and think I never, because they see me smile all the time. Well, for a long time, I hated the sound of my voice. I hated the way I looked, the sound of my voice, even though everywhere I went, people said, oh, you're so beautiful, but I felt ugly because of some of the childhood traumas that I went through. Just like Dr. Connie said, we're taught I can't speak for every other race. I only can speak for the race of which I am. I'm melanated, I'm color, I'm black, whatever you want to call it. All right. And so for me, it got swept up under the rug. Okay. What happens here stays. Don't talk about that. You got to believe in God and you got to keep on going. Well, yes, I kept on going, but those wounds was never healed.
That's
and
right.
So throughout my life, I faced different challenges, even in relationships, because I didn't want no one to touch me, because it felt yucky, because it was so many things that I had to deal with. So although I was smiling, I was hurting behind the pain. So all of this is just, and like I had to end up going to get counseling. And when I remember the first time I went to a therapist, I wore like baggy shirt, a hoodie, a hat, upside down. I was like, I don't want nobody to see me.
You don't want nobody to see you.
I don't want them to think I'm crazy. But I went in, and I'm gonna be totally 100 and transparent. When I went in, I was combative. I was like, dang it, nothing out of me. They're not gonna braid me. I'm gonna say So I'm looking at the therapist. She looking at me. She asked me a question. I asked the question back to her. She said, "Well, how was your day?" I said, "Well, how your day?" Well, what are you going through? Well, I don't know what you're going through. I was doing a Medea on her. So I went home and I felt even worse. This lady trying to help me, and here I am making her day worse. So I came home crying, feeling bad, and I pray to God just to open me up and let me drop those barriers, those walls. And so the next visit I went through, the whole section was I was just crying. And then all of a sudden I started opening up, and I'm gonna tell you guys, that was the best breakthrough I ever had. And so it freed my mind, and then I was able to have clarity. And now through that clarity, it opened up a new world for me to be able to do what I'm doing and be able to help people get out of, because now I have tangible things that I can do. So don't waddle in your trauma. Don't be afraid. Let it go and get help. If you need a therapist, get help. Sometimes you can pray it away, no matter how strong we are in prayer. And I believe in the power of prayer, but this could not be prayed away. It had to be helped away.
Yeah.
That's good. It had to be helped away. That is good. Those of you that are watching and tuning in, yes, this is the finale tour of the podcasters of the CTR Media Network. And who you have just heard, we're in a amazing conversation that I believe, and we all have sat here and agreed that needs to be talked about. And what are we talking about is the mental health among the Black community. I'm just summing it up. That's what it is. But it is so unique in that I'm pretty sure, as Dr. Tina said, is that we can speak to our culture. But as we found that there are others that are maybe dealing with it in a similar way as well. And a snippet of what you can expect whenever you listen to the various podcasters. There is some diversity. There is much fun and laughter, but information that's what you do. You listen to a podcast. You're driving in your car. You're sitting in your office. You may be in a home office. You may be at work with your iPhone. What do y'all call them? Pod thingies, I'm an Android person, okay? Anyway, so you you come across the CTR Media Network, and you have a layout of, lack of a better word, of various podcasters with various subjects. You can laugh, you'll cry, you will find some tips on your business. There's all kinds of grand and amazing podcast shows that are on the CTR Media Network. Well, these ladies have definitely popped in, and we have a gentleman that is with us on this evening. Hi, sir. How are you? Forgive me because, okay, Mr. T. Swain, he's new, and I listened to a little bit of your show last night. You are amazing. I love it. I love it. Well, we have, yes, Vera Thomas, we were just on your show on last week, and here we said, thank you so much. And we have Queen Candy that is also with us on tonight. So Vera, come on and say hello to us. And just let us know a little bit about who you are and your podcast.
Hello. I am Vera Thomas, and my show is the Vera Thomas Show. It is designed to uplift, encourage, motivate, inspire, and educate. So I have authors, I have entrepreneurs, we talk about politics. We cover everything that is of concern to you. And so if you are interested in coming on my show, by all means. One of the things that I do, I have a program called Instilling Greatness. It's actually a business, Instilling Greatness, where I work with parents and their children. I remember when my son was 2 years old, and I just knew this boy had a problem. I just knew he had a problem. So I took him for counseling because I'm wondering, why is this 2-year-old acting the way that he is? And when I got there, the counselor, the first thing she said was, tell me what's going on with you. And I just started pouring out my soul to her. And she looked at me and said, it's not your kid, it's you. he's just picking up on all of your stresses and acting out because he's picking up on your energy. So I'm saying that to say, and that's one reason why I work with parents. A lot of times we as parents are bringing into parenting our own unresolved issues, and it's impacting on our children. And sometimes we cannot see the forest for the trees, and we do need someone to objectively look at what is going on inside of me, what is going on in my family. And so I just want to encourage you to think about, if you're having some issues and you're not really sure how to cope with it, there is nothing wrong with counseling. Take it from me.
Absolutely. Well, thank you. Vera, I have a quick question. What made you say yes? How did you connect with the CTR Media Network? And what is one of the benefits? List one of the benefits that you
my
have.
God. Well, first of all,
Can you just list one? Or
well, the monetization. We had an opportunity this weekend to go to a conference and interview people and get paid. And get paid. So that's one of the benefits of CTR. When Tina says she wants to help us monetize, she's not just talking it. She is actually making available opportunities for us. She's teaching us how to monetize our shows, how to monetize what we're doing. And when I got involved with CTR, my show had been running for about a year. Didn't have a lot of audience participation. And I met Tina actually through Tiffany. And it was like the best. I mean, the first conversation we had, it was as if we'd known each other forever. Wow. It's like we did not miss a beat.
Yeah.
And so I am just so supportive of what she's doing. I believe in her passion. But most importantly, her heart. She has a heart to serve, a heart to give, a heart to educate and help other people understand their stories and how important their stories are. I could go on and on and on, but I know time is of the essence. So.
Wow. That's good. That's good, y'all. And we said one benefit, but that's the thing, is that the benefit of being a podcaster of the CTR Media Network, there are various benefits and as she said, the monetization. So before we get into a little bit more about that, I would love to bring on as they come in, come on, Queen Candy. These podcasters have been on for a while, and I want to talk about our rating for one quick second. Queen Candy ranked number 1. Oh my goodness, when CTR and Dr. Tina started doing our numbers, and Queen Candy was staying at number 1 spot all year. She would be neck and neck. I don't know who would be number 2. I will bounce back and forth between 5 and 6 of you. Okay, I had to throw that in there. But, I will be like, okay, so what she got going on? I'll be honest.
Man.
Let's be truthful. Everybody wants to be at a number 1. Okay. So, but it's her personality and it's her tribe. It's the individuals that follow her message. And Queen Candy, come on, my lady. How are you doing?
Oh, good. Hello, everybody. We just getting in. We had orientation, just got a new job. So we're really excited about that. Yeah, honestly, we just happy to be a part of the network, even if we're not number 1. You know, it's not really a competition, and you know, we grateful, you know, just to be a part of the network. And what made us want to join is Tina already knows, as we met on the Wisdom app. We heard her live stream she was doing, and she said she was looking for podcasters, and we were listening to everything she was saying basically. and we felt that we would be a good fit. So we reached out to her and we talked on the phone, and it took one conversation. First thing that really got us is I want to help, Black people, and we don't hear a lot of people with their own platforms wanting to do that. Everybody just wants to benefit from themselves, and that's one of the things that struck us. And the fact that she understood that we are a Muslim woman, that helped as well. So we signed up and we just took a leap of faith. We didn't know what was going to happen. We had no idea. And, 6 months later, here we are. There we were, number one. And one of the things we love is it helped our show grow. And it pushed us to step outside of our comfort zone. And we love what Tina said, because we hate our voice too sometimes, because we think we sound like a baby. And people sometimes make fun of our voice, like, why is she talking like she's tone deaf? And we're like, huh? What do you mean? Like,
so you were reading the messages that would come through. You know how people have a thread or a feed. Yeah, but you kept going. You kept going.
It pushed us, because we were doing the audio. Then when we started doing the video, it really pushed us to step outside that, because we let fear and being scared and what other people was gonna think and say hold us back for so long. And we was like, kept bumping our head against the wall, like doing the same thing, expecting something different to happen. And we was like, no, this is on you. You got the voice, you got the story, you the one got the power. Stop letting these people that don't want to do anything with themselves and they don't love themselves and they ain't happy determine your path. That's on you. Right. So we just pushed ourselves, keep content, keep putting out content, keep going, keep talking about your story, your healing journey, whole 9 yards. And that's one of the biggest things it helped us do. And that's one of the things, the many things we talk about on our show. We do teach Islam as well. We share our healing journey, our personal stories. And yes, it is in the past. We are very well of that, but everything that we've gone through has gotten us to, where we are today. And we thank Allah for that, because it's nothing that we did on our own. Absolutely not. We wouldn't even be breathing. And we spread positivity, we give encouragement, and the biggest thing we try to tell on our show is we all gone through hell. We've all suffered. We've all been through pain. You ain't got to stay there. You do not have to stay there. It's up to you to keep moving. And one of the many things we learn is how to love ourselves, and we mean really love ourselves, take care of ourselves, and just respect ourselves, and just learn modesty and healing. And it's helped us so much.
So much of what you're saying is what our world needs.
Yeah.
We truly need that love, that healing, that camaraderie. And so we thank you for being a part of the CTR family. Know that you're, listen, you and I, we've gotten an assignment, and I love it. I need to tell you all that Dr. Tina will give you an assignment in the beginning. We didn't know what we were doing, but we got at the table and we talked, and we had some followers, and we did what we were supposed to do.
We did it, yep. And we definitely enjoyed ourselves. We definitely did.
We did. Well, listen, thank you so much. I don't know if you have to drop off, but those of you that if you do, just for the record, you all, if you do see the podcasters drop off, it is because they're on a tour. And we do have other podcasters that are coming on. Well, I want Dr. Tina to tell us about this the males that are a part of the CTR family. I'm going to go ahead and bring on Hooverman Kopp and Jay Bean and B. Hudson. I'm going to wait for him to come so I can bring him on in. But hey, listen, I'm going to let you talk about the brothers that have joined our family.
Well, it's an honor, because for those of you who do not know, I absolutely love sharing and the changing the narrative. Okay. And so Men Can't Always Be Wrong podcast is the building. For those of you who do not know, the theme song, the CTR Media Network theme song is actually by T Swin. That is his song that he did for us. So you hear his voice. So it's more than just he's a podcaster and he has amazing Huberman Cobb and Jay Bean in the building. They talk about these topics. This is what CTR Media Network podcast is all about, bringing all these things together. We reached 350 million global listeners worldwide. We're in over 50 plus countries. We are actively letting you join the network right now. You guys, if you have a story, bring it to CTR Media Network. We also have the Podcast Revolution magazine for you guys to be able to be featured in our magazine. If you're a business owner, we have commercial slides, we have active training, and so much more. So I'm going to yield the mic to T Swin because their podcast is named Men Can't Always Be Wrong Podcast. And clearly I'm not a man. So let's let the men in the building come on.
Absolutely.
Shout out to our youngest podcast before I yield the mic. Our youngest podcaster is King, and he's 4 years old, and he's actually loves to read, and he's going to be reading to the children that watches CTR Media Network. So stay tuned, and he absolutely loves trucks. So now, T Swin, go ahead.
Good evening, ladies. Thank you guys for having us on. We are Men Can't Always Be Wrong podcast, which is me, myself, T Swin, JB, Huberman Cop, and B Hudson. We created this podcast because a lot of times in the media, you don't get to hear the male perspective or the male point of view. And sometimes there's advice put out, but it's not really the way how men feel and the way men think. So we're helping young men of all ages, to be able to express themselves and get the information they need that can help them. And also help men and women dealing with the way men really think. Guys, you got something?
Oh yeah, I'd like to thank everybody for welcoming us to the network. Like I said, our podcast, we're just trying to give another perspective, towards the world view and different relationships, finances, sometimes, we don't communicate well between men and women. So we're trying to be a bridge to connect men and women together, because sometimes, a man might be too scared or a woman might be too scared to speak up. So hopefully we have some good conversations. Like to have some of you females on there, of course. And that's about it.
Well, I believe that you guys are definitely, it's not, I don't think it's nothing new to you. You've been having these conversations. Men have conversations where at the basketball game. Well, most of the time y'all be looking at the game. You don't be talking, you be talking about what's going on in the game. Yeah. But because I am married and then I have brothers and I have grandsons, I believe what you're bringing to the table is a needed conversation. And I love your title of your podcast, Men Can't Always Be Wrong, because our brothers have gotten a bad rap.
Yeah.
For lack of a better word, and I'm older. So you've gotten, you're going to be just like your daddy. You're never going to amount to anything. Well, the females heard those things too. Or why is he so quiet? Well, he just came home from work. Why won't you talk to me? Boss gave me a new assignment and I really don't know how to figure it out. But babe, just give me a minute. So it's refreshing. I've had the privilege of interviewing an all-male panel, but to know that you all are doing this and we're part of the family. So I want our audience to grab a little bit. And Huberman Cop, while I'm doing that, you want to come on and say hi. Are you part of this trio too? Are you the third party?
Yeah, ma'am, I certainly am. And I think some of y'all will probably notice we have so many different walks of life through the men that share this podcast. And within my experience in and of itself, dealing with a lot of different issues within my own life growing up, I think probably most of us have not grown up with a silver or golden spoon in our mouth. So I got a perspective about, growing up in the hood, seeing violence, and then from that violence and growing up in the hood, becoming somebody without knowing who my father was, because my father died when I was a baby. So to navigate through life and then become something productive in life and finding God in the midst of all of that. And then on the flip side, seeing a lot of traumas and death, suicides and killings and so many things that the normal person wouldn't see, on the police side with investigations and undercover, and then coming from the undercover and policing back to the civilian life, and then owning businesses and trying to navigate through life. And I have a whole list of things and experiences that God has brought me to this point, and I'm glad to share it with you all and your listeners.
That is awesome. Well, I would like for our audience to just, get a little snippet of what your show is all about. I'd like for you all to just take a listen.
What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are. The media network, just the best by far. Whether you listen at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above par. Never lasting. Motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you're asking. Serious talks and topics, how to come up and profit, how to better yourself, your health and shield. We got it. Reaching 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show. Them people want you to chill. Don't sleep behind the wheel. The devil trying to make a deal. Don't sleep behind the wheel. Them people want you to chill. Don't sleep behind the wheel. The devil trying to make a deal. Don't sleep behind the wheel.
That's us three. We all raised from different backgrounds, I come from a background, that's my mother's very religious, my father's very religious. I have my grandfather, rest his guy. You never see him cry. You never see him back down. You never see him. He got at 4 o'clock in the morning. He's 8, 9 years old. He still got at 4 o'clock in the morning. So, the way you raise dictates the character that you build,
Mm-hmm.
So I don't come from no weak men, So we're gonna see it through, we're gonna face the turbulence. It is what it is. We're gonna get through it, But everybody's not raised like that. So I don't, like you said, I don't know this guy's background, but it seems like he's just gonna fold under pressure. Not all men are gonna fold under pressure, Not saying that you're weak if you seek therapy, because sometimes you just need to, sometimes you might need a pill to deal with something, But
everybody need an outlet. Everybody needs somebody to talk to open up to.
I love it. That particular episode is called Men Raising Other Men's Children. And you can find that particular episode, if you will, go to CTR Media Network. Gentlemen, I would like for you to go ahead and put in the private chat some information about you that you have not shared with our audience, and we'll make sure that that gets out. I want to give some kudos and some hellos out there in our audience. Yes, Dr. Daryl Jordan, thank you, sir, for joining in. Blessings to you. Thank you always for tuning in. This is the man of God that definitely has a special place in my heart. He's a mentor of mine, and I'm so thankful out of the Atlanta, Georgia area. Thank you, sir, for tuning in tonight. And we have Lady Cynthia Robin Thompson. She says, this is good. Hi, Mr. B. Hudson. There you are. I want to bring you in. Yes, international best-selling author, and she's on with us sharing on tonight. And She Trucking, thank you for giving the information out. Appreciate that. Definitely all the support. Fuchina, thank you so much for being in the space with us on tonight. I am Sandy Sanders. I am the host and creator of Coffee Conversations with Sandy and Friends. And tonight, those of you that have kind of stumbled into our room, we are on tour. This is our finale of the CTR Media Network. And what you've been listening and tuning in, and go back, and if you're listening to the replay, we want you to know how to listen to the podcast. And also, if you are a podcaster or you're thinking about, God's got a message in you and you want to get your message out, get over that fear factor, as Sweet Blessing. She'll definitely tell you how to get over that fear factor. And yes, you have a story. So reach out to the CTR Media Network and hey, come on over, get your application in, do whatever needs to be done, set up that appointment, that consultation with our CEO, our founder, and our leader, which is Dr. Tina Ramsey. Mr. Hudson, how are you?
I'm okay. Can everybody hear me?
Good. Yeah, we can hear you. Are you okay? So y'all help me out. How's Mr. Hudson part of?
He's the fourth of Men Can't Be Wrong podcast.
Okay.
Go ahead, T Swin.
Yeah, it's a quartet. It's a four-man group.
Okay.
And yeah, we all know each other. I know B Hudson for a long period of time, man. Our kids played together. We made music together for a long period of time. I know JB for a long period of time. I know Steve-O through JB. But B Hudson, man, tell them about yourself, man.
Well, like I said, I've been knowing T Swin for years, man. It's my bro. This name, it's not a friend. We fam, so that's my blood right there.
Yeah.
So, and me and him and what's unique about me and him, we kind of went through the same thing at the same time throughout our lives. You know what I'm saying? We even brotherhood. You know what I'm saying? We'll get into the story. You know how our friendship was challenged, but we still came together as men. You know what I'm saying? That we had to do to be here to this day. So man, this is my first time I've been missing in action, but I'm here today. You know what I'm saying? I love what everybody been doing. I'm gonna devote my time and energy to this fully. You know what I'm saying? So I'm out of Houston, Texas, Katie. I'm just here for y'all to learn about me, and I love to learn about y'all too.
So you're in Houston, and so Mr. Swain, T. Swain, where are you from? Where are you out of?
We're all stationed in Houston. So we all come out of Houston. We're from different parts though. Steve-O's from up north. JB, you from Cali, right?
Originally, but I've been in Houston long enough to say I'm a Houstonian now.
Yeah, but we all our headquarters is Houston.
I came to Houston about 3 or 4 months ago. Well, I think it's maybe about 5 months ago. Came there for a book signing and I fell in love with Houston. Houston is beautiful, but I was only downtown and the big movie theater. Had to take an Uber to the hotel and to the airport. That's about as much, but just driving back and forth. So I got a really good sense of your city. And so, well, welcome. Dr. Tina, I know there's some things that are going on. I want to step back and yield back. Our audience, they're super, super excited, very geared up. We have some new podcasters that are part of the family, but I want to step back and so you can share where we're going and what the expectation is and give us a little bit of snippet about what happened in Atlanta, and then we'll go forward.
Well, thank you so much. So where is CTR Media Network going? All the way to the top. That's the only thing that we can do. The sky's the limit. Well, there's no limits for CTR Media Network. We have everything that you need, okay? If you're a podcaster right now and you're confused, you don't know how to position or promote or get your podcast out, we have that. We have podcast promotion packages for those of you who have a busy life and you want to be a podcaster. And the only thing you have time to do is to create your content. Well, we have a team where we can actually do everything for you. The only thing you have to do is create the content and we do everything for you in-house. If you don't know how to start a podcast, we actually can teach you how to start a podcast. We also have opportunities for you to be within the pages of our upcoming Podcast Revolution magazine. We have commercial slots. We have sponsorships. We have everything that you need. And also, I am a current podcaster as well, so you can book to be a featured guest on the Tina Ramsey Show and podcast for 2023. All of our podcasters have amazing opportunities, including myself and the network as a whole. So if you right now know that you have a story that needs to be told, you need to be a part of CTR Media Network. We also have the CTR Media Network virtual tour that we're actually doing that you can be a part of, similar to what you're seeing right now. If you cannot have us in your location, but as of this weekend, CTR Media Network has officially cracked the seal We are now not just 100% virtual. We go in person, baby. So you can book our podcasters in our CTR Media Network for your next event where we can interview, we can take photo shots, headshots, all the good things that you need in order to level up your business from now into the future. So we can do your red carpet events and everything else, bringing our podcasters to your event. So just get in contact with us at ctrmedianetwork.com, and we're teaching all of our podcasters how to monetize, baby. We are different from all the rest, okay? Because we operate in love first, and we're going to touch those topics to help you grow. So check us out, ctrmedianetwork.com, and get on our booking list for shows and book us for your next event. Yes. All right, you guys. So Sandy, thank you. You're muted, love.
I am. Yeah, I am. Okay, but go ahead. You were thinking.
No, I'm just so thankful that we're all in this moment right now together, and we have one of our new podcasters that's actually going to be on. Y'all gonna be seeing a lot of new podcasters coming on the platform. I want you to connect, listen, follow, like, follow, share, and subscribe. Yes, you need a magazine. It's called the Podcast Revolution magazine that is actually launching the first quarter of 2023, where you're going to learn all about our podcasters. And also, if you're currently not a podcast on our network, we can feature you too in your business or whatever it is that you're doing, because it's more than just a podcast magazine. It's a resource in order to help position your business and help you grow. But you're also going to be connected with amazing podcasters within the pages of the magazine as well. So reach out to get your ad today. Oh, and I think
there is so, yeah. I went because I love sharing my screen. But yes, just do that. Go to the CTR. And you dropped it in the comments as well?
Yes, I can pull it back up.
Dropped it in our comments
so that they can actually
have
it. Yeah, I got you. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. All right. I appreciate it. So those of you that, again, look out as you're hearing all of the amazing things that are happening with the CTR network. We're ending it with a bang. I feel very honored that we're ending it on Coffee Conversations with Sandy and Friends. What is our platform? Our platform is simply this. It is an award-winning talk show. It is a weekly segment that is here to empower you, to inspire you, and to hold us accountable. I also have our platform for authors, which is Book Talks with Sandy. We are a global platform where we have had the privilege and the honor of hosting author tours and speaker tours. The author tours, these authors have went on to be international bestsellers. We do also, it is because of CTR. Prior to that, and my fellow podcasters, I didn't know where I was going. I've been in this now for four and a half, we're going like 5 years. And when I became an author, I did not know how to get my book out. I'm now an 8-time best-selling author. But what am I doing with it? So that's thank you. I appreciate that. And my writing has continued to change. But what CTR did for me, you ever feel like you reached the ceiling and you know you want to go more, you need it more? And Dr. Tina, I don't know, I guess God just placed her in my heart, hurt me in her heart. And God heard my prayer, because he knew that I wanted to do more. I just didn't know how. And I knew I wanted to do a podcast. I didn't want to do Clubhouse, nothing wrong with it. I do Clubhouse as a guest, but I didn't want to go that route. And I kept myself open for this move. And I didn't know how, but Dr. Tina has the plan and the path that made it so easy. And the technical piece, they took care of that for me. So her team has made it very simple, but then there's things that I need to do as well. So you got to take accountability. That's that accountability part. And so I'm super excited about my third, it's a third show. And it is because of the opportunities of CTR Media Network that gave me the courage to step out. Our message of Monday Morning Motivation or Monday Morning Coffee Conversations with Sandy. It is where we'll come for about 15 minutes, and then you'll be able to hear that podcast on Spotify, on iHeart. And it is to inspire, to empower, and to hold us accountable to live an authentic life. And so I'm super excited. Thank you, Dr. Tina, for giving me, for believing in me and taking my show and what God has given us to that next level. And we're super excited and to be on the journey. I'm glad to meet all of you all. What I would like for you to do before we end our broadcast is, again, it's kind of like do your last little, your last appeal to the audience and what to expect, where they can hear you, what your times of your show. So first, what is the time of your show and how individuals can reach out to you. I'm actually going to start with the gentleman, T. Swain, and you and your team, your host, you all, if y'all go ahead and let us know, how can we hear you?
You guys can catch us here on CTR Media Network. We're on Tuesdays, usually 8 o'clock Central Time, 9 o'clock Eastern Time. We're going to be talking about things that men deal with, get the truth from us. Also, come on, JB, Steve-O, because I'm kind of drawing a blank. Sorry about that. But
yeah, we're going to try to give you the truth from our point of view. That's basically what our show's about. We're going to try to, give our narrative to different situations when it comes to, relationships, finance, and stuff regarding that.
That's good. It's good.
Yeah, it's going to be important that we're not just going to just talk about things, but we're going to definitely give solutions to the problems that a lot of men are facing within their families and what communities are facing, because that's the most important thing I want people to understand. That majority of the time, a lot of people have a lot of issues and problems, but there's never been any solutions. But we want to change that narrative with solutions.
This is so good, Dr. Tina. I'll tell you, I know I'm talking to podcasters and we all sit in that interviewing seat, but I am on edge because one of the passions that I have, Hooverman Kopp and Mr. T. Swain and Mr. Bean and Mr. Hudson is Jail Prison Ministry is my ministry. And where we have right now the age of Black males that are incarcerated between that age of, say, 20 to 35. We got that group. And then there's a whole nother group of elderly men and elderly women that are still incarcerated. What are we going to do with them? And so I'm just making a point. I want you guys to come back. I want to have a conversation about that sometime in 2023, because again, I know you all are talking about so much, but so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, most definitely. Because me and Hooverman Kopp, I was a bondsman and also a correction officer, and then Hooverman Kopp most definitely was a cop. So that would be a very, very good topic.
A very good topic, to the point that we would like for it to be streamed in some high schools. Because we can talk all of this, and I got the church folks that are listening. My audience is the Christian women, but they got sons and they got nephews, and they're even fathers and ministers and pastors. But to stream it out to where high school kids can see it, the boys club, we can have a conversation like that. So yeah. My brain, I'm just thinking. All right. Yes, indeed. Go ahead.
I want to throw this out there also, that one of my passions also is definitely to reach the youngsters and the kids. And I have a comic book, and it's a superhero, and it's based on a lot of my life experiences as doing undercover work and policing work, etc. So I just wanted to make sure you were aware of that also.
Listen, you told me now. So we're gonna be talking about we could be on here all night. This is what family is, and when you kind of like when you go to a cookout, y'all go to the family reunion, you find out you got some cousins and some brothers and sisters that you didn't even know that you had. Lord have mercy. Okay, so who am I going to talk to now? And yes, Queen Candy, go ahead and let us know when your show is on and how people can reach out to you.
Yes, we are. Our show is on 3 days a week. We actually just wrapped up our season 3. So we're taking a little break, and we'll be back in January. So starting January, we will be live every Sunday. We do a Sunday positivity talk. Every Monday, Sunday positivity talk, that will be at 8:30 a.m. Central Standard Time. Every Monday, 8:30 p.m. Central Standard Time, we do kind of a DJ session because we do produce music as well. And we play, some of our music just to, keep the vibe going and, so on and so forth. And that will be every Monday at 8:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. And also, we talked about this in the finale for those that did see the show. We will be debuting a new show with our husband. It's going to be called Real Talk and Real Topics with KOG. So we're going to be going in a lot about Islam, of course, still relationships, every topic under the sun, whole 9 yards. So he will be a part of the Queen Candy podcast, Queen Candy Radio as well, which he's always been. But we will have our own individual show, and that will be every Thursday, 8:30 p.m. Central Standard Time as well. Awesome. And if you want to reach out to us, you can check us out on all streaming platforms, of course, here on the CTR Media Network. And we just have a brain freeze. You can check us out on the CTR Media Network as well. Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, and of course our YouTube page, the Queen Candy Podcast, and our second YouTube channel, the Queen Candy Radio Show.
Awesome. Thank you, Queen Candy. Amazing. And we have Vera Thomas. And if you will, Vera, come on and share with us when your shows are aired and how individuals can reach out to you.
You're muted.
Okay. My show airs every Tuesday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It is an hour long. And also, I want to kind of reach out to these young men as well, because I was very involved in the Fatherhood Initiative back in Ohio, and also facilitated a training for guys that were coming out of being incarcerated and needing to re-engage with their children. So I'd really like to talk to you guys as well. So anyway, you can reach me at, actually, if you go to bit.ly, Vera Thomas, you will be able to reach my social media links, my show. If you want to book yourself on my show, you can do that through this link. If you want to schedule a 30-minute coaching consult, you can do that on my link. And you can also pick up a free ebook of prayers, affirmations, and scriptures by clicking on that link as well. And that's my gift to you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Vera. Vera also is a, 10, 12? How many books in there?
At this point, 14.
Okay, 14-time international bestseller. She's an Amazon bestselling author as well, and global speaker, passion for children, passion for education, and so honored. It is always my custom here at Coffee Conversations with Sandy, Book Talks with Sandy, is to yield back and allow the visionary to share their heart. And we are super, we pay you homage. We say, yes, go queen, go. Love her, but she's been traveling. She's had a lot on her plate. Don't want to pull more out of her, but we do want to hear what she has to say. Just come on, give your last words, anything that may be still on your heart to say to us. And we're going to say goodnight.
Well, first, I would like to thank the podcasters for being here, and all the podcasters that are here today or tonight and that are a part of the network, because without you guys, first of all, God, and without you, CTR Media Network will not be here. So thank you for allowing us to share your stories on our platform, and I don't take that lightly. Next, I would like to announce that for those of you who do not really understand what's going on, CTR Media Network is reaching 350 million global homes. So if you're looking for a platform to get whatever it is that you're doing out, whether you're a podcaster, content creator, business owner, this is the place to do it. We also live stream. We have web TV, which means that our shows is playing 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Then we stream it on social media. Now, in 2023, we want to help you even more so, because now we're actually going to be launching our Roku channel, Amazon Fire TV, our Android TV, our Samsung TV, all of this, along with having our own app on Google Play and the Apple Store. So now you can carry our podcasters in the palm of your hand. So there's no excuse for you not to walk in your purpose and fulfill what you're here on this earth to do, and do it along with CTR Media Network. I would like to share the screen, if you will allow me to, Sandy, because I want to share with you why it's so important that business owners tap in, event coordinators tap into what we have to offer with our amazing podcasters at CTR Media Network, because you need to book us for your next event. No ifs and buts about it, because we're doing something completely different over here. And so let me share the screen with all of you. This is just a little taste of what we will do for you and bring your event to the next level for 2023. And let me know whether or not you guys can hear it. This is the video.
Perfect. All right, now all y'all look up at me.
Okay.
Wave.
We'll do photo shoot. Marketing, branding, podcast.
TJ Ramsey and CTR Media Network is in the building at the 5th Annual Authors All-Star Conference, headed up by visionary Taria Vision Avant, where you're bringing authors from all over the world together to come share, shine, and grow. You know, the Tina Ramsey Show. And we're going to be interviewing. We're going to be having our photographers taking professional shots. And we have our...
So as you can see, we have a lot going on where we are actively engaging with your audience.
All right, now all y'all look up at me. Wave.
Photo shoots. You get your hair done, your makeup.
Is good. I love it. I love it.
Ramsey and CTR Media Network is in the building. Taria. Oh, the Tina Ramsey photographers. And we have our...
All right. So as you can see, we have a lot going on, and it's all there to help elevate and position you, because let me tell you something. It doesn't matter how amazing and phenomenal you are if no one don't realize you exist. And so CTR Media Network help us a staple, help build your credibility and your influence out here in these social media streets and also beyond, so that you can be clickable and Googleable, and also create opportunities for yourself. And also, while you're helping the world, you can help yourself by building streams of income. Because listen, let's keep it real. Money help the world go round, but also we need you to be able to continuously do what you do. So we teach you these skills. We give you that mindset development. You guys, this is your moment. All of our podcasters are on IMDb. Why? Is because we the real deal, okay? We are certified. We are the real deal, and we want to help you. So go to CTR Media Network, book the Tina Ramsey Show and podcast, and our amazing podcasters. Make sure to tune into all the shows. Like, follow, share, and subscribe. And do not miss anything. Stop sitting in the back seat of your life and move on into the front seat, and allow us to help you along the way. Get into our Podcast Revolution magazine. Join our CTR Media Network podcasters, and get on the CTR Media Network virtual and in-person tour. All right. So thank you, podcasters. Thank you, Sandy, from having us. And you guys, this is only the beginning, okay? More is to come, and stay tuned for our app coming your way soon. You're muted.
Well, you all have heard it right here on Book Talks with Sandy, Coffee Conversation with Sandy. You heard it. So do remember, go to the CTR Media Network. You can find it. You can find Dr. Tina Ramsey on all social media platforms. And if you found or heard someone that you're interested in, yes, definitely reach out to them. Well, I am Sandy Sanders. And as always, you guys know that I love you. God bless. Be safe. And we don't want you to not forget, to just support one another, support each other, because that's what it's all about. And as always, you all take care. Stay with me in the green room, if you will, everybody. And listen, you all be blessed and have a great night.
Monetize your business assets with Dr. Liddy. Dr. Liddy is a renowned world-class attorney. She has been featured in the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times, USA Today, and the New York Law Journal for her work to protect small businesses and small investors. She presented a TEDx talk in London on what the original purpose of corporations was to do public good and what went wrong. Dr. Liddy has a BA from Columbia University, MBA from New York University, JD from Fordham University, and a PhD from University of Barcelona. Corporate executives hire Dr. Liddy to train employees to be more legally mindful in their employment transactions. The United Nations hired Dr. Liddy to instruct small to medium-sized enterprises across the globe on the laws that impact their businesses. Dr. Liddy has spoken at business, law, and tax conferences, from Amsterdam to Bogota, to Cape Town to Los Angeles to Paris to New York, to Barcelona to Miami to Warsaw to Costa Rica to Germany. Dr. Liddy designs legal structures and financial systems for entrepreneurs who are frustrated and disappointed that their business has not been as profitable and successful as they expected. By teaching entrepreneurs how to use the leverage of law, taxes, insurance, and estate planning, entrepreneurs can be 10 times more profitable and successful so that they can build wealth and create a legacy to pass on to their families.
I heard there was a secret legal code that David knew, and it pleased the Lord. But you don't really care about the law, do you? It goes like this: the law is good, the battle king composing, hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. I am Dr. Liddy, the good lawyer and the good business coach. I want to spend a little time speaking with you today about what I call V4. And it begins with your vision, your value, your visibility, and your valor. I want to tell you a little bit about my story, and I hope it is okay with you that I begin at the beginning. So I am the daughter of an Episcopalian priest, and also he happened to be an attorney. And my dad was what I would call a community lawyer. He helped everyone in the community. He helped the butcher, he helped the seamstress, he helped the vegetable store owner, he helped the dry cleaners. And his office was the front porch of our house. So you can imagine that every day when I came home, there was usually a group of people at the front porch listening to him, asking him questions, and he would advise them. And he never asked for money directly. He would say, if what I've given to you today is of value, please leave something in the bowl so we can share it with the church community on Saturday and Sunday. And that's how I grew up, learning at my dad's feet. And one day I came home and Dad was not there. And Dad never showed up at the house again. Now, my mom was beautiful. She was brilliant. She was an artist. She painted these lovely paintings, and she was a poet. She wrote beautiful poetry. She was also a physicist, but no one hired a woman physicist back really in the 1970s. I don't know where NASA was, but they didn't contact Mom. So for me, I was born in the Caribbean, in the island of Dominican Republic, and I was raised in Brooklyn, New York, very much like Alexander Hamilton, born in the island of Nevis, really grew up in New York City. So I learned at a very young age, I was 9 when this happened, when Dad never showed up again, that without money and without people willing to truly help you, you lose everything really, really fast. And my mom lost a house very quickly. And we wound up at friends' houses, at neighbors, at family, but eventually we really wound up in shelters. And we stayed in shelters for a long time. The church is primarily the place that we would go, but we will often wind up in city shelters as well. And you get 1 cot per family back then. And my mom got the cot, so I got the floor. Little Liddy got the floor. And I was scared, I was cold, I was lonely. I missed my dad. And I would cry myself to sleep almost every night because I was so sad. And I would begin to sing because singing brought me comfort, and it still does. And as I sang, you could hear other people around the shelter singing along with me. And it was just a little beautiful memory for me. And I want to share that song because you will find that I like to sing. 1, it makes me happy, but 2, I find courage in my songs. And I hope that my songs touch you as well to gain more courage than you could ever imagine that one person could have. It's all within us. So the song I used to sing when I was a little girl in the shelters, and please join in if you know this song, is "This Little Light of Mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. No matter what they say, oh, I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine, let it shine, let it shine." And it was the most beautiful sound to hear the other homeless people singing the song for hours. It just kept bouncing around the room, and that brought me comfort. Then one day, I got a scholarship to Columbia University, and they found out while I was filling out my award letter, it asked for my address, and I put down the shelter, the church's shelter, and they couldn't believe this. And they immediately gathered together and something changed. They got my mom a small apartment on campus for me and her. Isn't that amazing? And I watched this, I said, oh my God, how blessed am I? And I want you to begin to believe, if you don't already, that things can change in an instant. In an instant, you're healthy. In an instant, you're sick. In an instant, you're homeless. In an instant, you have a place to live. And the flow of life is never certain, but it is a journey that we are compelled to ride. So for me, the challenge as I was in college was not so much to work, but that I was broke. I had no money, and the wealthy students had a lot of things that they were able to do, and all I did was work. I worked everywhere. I worked at the front desk at the dorm. I worked at the library. I worked. They called it work study because you're supposed to be studying while you're working. Well, I was working while I was working, and that was a gift, because the parents that came to see their kids recognized that I was always there working, and they felt more confident and comfortable with me and trusted me with everything, with money, with clothing, with food, with special notes for their children. And one day, one of the parents said, "Liddy, where do you work? Because you're just such an amazing person. And we would like to thank your supervisor." And I said, "Well, you can write a note to the school, but this is my work study. I have to work here at the front desk." And they said, "Really?" And they said, "Don't you own a business?" And I said, "A business?" I'm like, no. So parents at the Columbia University taught me how to start and operate and sell a successful business. So what was the one thing I knew how to do? They said, "What's the thing you do the best?" And I said, "Take care of others." They said, "Great, that's a babysitting service, and we've got some other kids at home, so you can watch them. So how much do you want to charge?" I said, "I don't know, $5. They're like, "Absolutely not. It should be at least 50. I'm like, $50? And as time went on, $50 became 100, became 200. By the time I left, I was $300 an hour. And because the demand was so great by other families that wanted a trusted person to leave their little children with, I wound up hiring 15, 17, maybe at one point even 18 college friends of mine to do the same thing. And I got a percentage of everything that they did. Years later, we sold that business to a Swiss company. And that's when I learned what real money was really about, that it wasn't how much you could earn, it was how much you had the ability to have others earn that are in your structure. And that's a lot about how business works. How do you multiply yourself? How do you multiply the work? How do you multiply the money? And that is something, unfortunately, we're just never taught, right, in school. We're taught to do what in school? Come on, say it with me. Become an employee and work for someone else. That's the American structure. So to step out of that, you've got to do something different, something unique, something fascinating, something that they don't teach you in a classroom. And that is what we are here to do. We're here to teach each other about the things they're not teaching you in school, because then you'd go out and be a successful business owner rather than becoming an employee for someone else. So what was the challenge for me? The challenge for me is I didn't know that there was an alternative other to being an employee, i.e. becoming a business owner. And it took someone to tell me, to show me, to implement it for me to accept that I can do this. And a lot of what we do with Dominionaire Life is that we teach each other how to do the things that we don't know how to do to become successful business owners. We have a host of training with regard to how we do that. I handle the law. Why? Because it is my heritage. 14 generations of my lineage were both priests and lawyers. I am not a priest, but I am a lawyer. And my gift is I have the ability to process that information that we call legalese and make sense out of it for others and create processes for you to be able to benefit from the law. We call it legal training within Dominionaire Life, and I run that division in terms of protecting your original ideas. We call that intellectual property. We are the only country in the world that in our Constitution, the US Constitution, we put in that every man has the right to protect their creative original ideas. We call that copyright. It is the right to copy. You have the right that is given to you by the federal government, and you can give others permission transfer that right for them to copy your stuff. We call that licensing. So I train on these things within Dominionaire Life. And we have other fabulous people that train on money in terms of your finances, that train on mindset in terms of getting your mind right. And I say that not to be funny, but to acknowledge that oftentimes there are things that we see or that people teach us that just leads to nowhere. It leads to you being sad. It leads to you being demoralized and not being confident. So what do you do in those moments? So when we came together, when amazing Steve and Scott and we came together, it was to build something different, something that would empower individuals and families to dream again. We stop dreaming. We just go to work. And the ability to dream is so powerful. The ability to see what is not immediately in front of us, but it is coming, is amazing. And when I was a little girl, there was a song that I absolutely adored that helped me dream bigger dreams, even though I had nothing. And that song, and if you know it, come on, sing along with me on this one. Somewhere over the rainbow, way up high, there's a land that I've heard of once in a lullaby. Somewhere over the rainbow, skies are blue, and the dreams that you dare to dream really do come true. And they do. We've stopped believing in our dreams because we've had so much failure that we don't think our dreams are valuable. So that leads me into my first V. V1, you have value. You don't have to believe me. It says so in the Holy Book. You are so important to our Father. So lovingly, He created you. And somewhere while we are living our lives, we fall into the trap of believing that we're not valuable, which is a fallacy. It's wrong. It's incorrect. But we believe it nonetheless. You are valuable. You are so important to Him. But you've got to believe in yourself as well. I can tell you as much as I want to every day how valuable you are, but until you believe it, it'll never take root. It'll never be grounded. And sometimes you need to surround yourself with good people. So Steve, Scott, myself, we are good people. We value on doing good, which is why I'm Liddy, the good lawyer, because there's some bad ones out there. I know, please don't start saying, I know. I've experienced some myself, and I choose to do good. I choose to use the power and leverage of the law to do good and not evil. That's a choice each of us has. So your value is important. We need your value in the world to elevate our human existence, to do some good for others. How can you do it? As simple as giving a sandwich to someone who asks, as simple as working on your business to really make it successful, as easy as attending training so you empower yourself with knowledge so you can be a resource and a value to others. So value, you have it, share it. My second V that I love so much is vision. What is our vision? What is the vision that you have for yourself, for your family, for the world, for your business? Only you know that vision. And one of my favorite sayings from the Bible, from Habakkuk really, is when God told one of the prophets to write the vision and make it clear upon tablet, so those that read it can run with it. For the vision is not for now, but it is for the appointed time. Wait for it. It shall come. And when I first read that, I had no idea what that meant, right? So write the vision and make it clear on tablet. What tablet were they talking about? I guess back then it was clay tablets. They baked them. They put a little pencil mark. I mean, I can't read the Egyptian hieroglyphics. But isn't it interesting that we have a product now that's called a tablet? Actually, I'm taping this video on a tablet. Isn't it interesting that centuries ago that God talked about make it clear upon tablet, and here we are in the year 2022, and we've got tablets that we make things clear, video, right? Isn't it amazing? Isn't it powerful that our all-knowing God knows these things? So the vision for you is to write it, create it, bring it forth from your spirit, the thing that touches you the most, because that is your gift and it's meant to be shared. It's meant to be clear on tablet. So those that see your vision can run with it. Isn't that beautiful? That even though you created, others can see it as well and will know what to do with it. That is vision. My third V that I want to share with you today is about visibility. I am horrible with visibility. People are shocked when I say that, but I don't do all the things that I should be doing with regard to putting my vision, my value out there for the world. I'm not really that visible. I'm not really on social media. I struggle with that, but I have asked Dr. Tina Ramsey to help me with that. So she said, great, Liddy, we're going to give you a podcast and we're going to give you a streaming television show. And by the way, her CTR Media Network reaches something like 350 million people around the world. I'm like, what? This is my client, and she's now telling me. So, and I spoke to Steve about it recently, and we're going to do some more visibility with Tina. With Dr. Tina. When I first met her 2 years ago, she was Coach Tina. And I said, girl, go get your degree. And 2 years later, she is Dr. Tina. I love it. I absolutely love it. See the vision. And she is such a wonderful spirit. And I mention her specifically because visibility is something that we could all strive to have more of. And it's important to have it with good people that care about you and care about the message that you bring to the world and care very much about making sure that we're adding value to the world. And I love working with my sisters of faith. It is simply a powerful presence to be in when we come together and create amazing things. So your visibility, is it that you speak? Is it that you write and you publish? Is it that you are on Facebook or on YouTube? Get it out there. Let people know that you are here. And again, I do a horrible job at it, but I admit that freely. I need to do a better job. But I can imagine that many of us need to do a better job of being visible and sharing what we stand for, sharing what will help with what we need help with and what we will help others with as well. So visibility is one of the areas that I think is very important for us to focus on a little more. And there are tools out there and people out there that make it easy. And my last V for us is valor. And when I say valor, people often say, oh my God, what is Dr. Liddy talking about? Well, for me, the simplest definition of valor is courage beyond knowing that you will succeed. It's the confidence that you step forward, not knowing where the next step is going to take you, but knowing that you have to take the step. It's trusting in God that your steps are guided and measured and you are courageously walking into any situation, knowing that you're not alone, knowing that the Spirit of God infuses everything that you do, and that you are valiant. You stand for good. You stand for good people, for good things, for good knowledge. You take a position that you do not back down from, because it's yours. It's your vision of what can be. And there's a whole army that stands with you, good people around the world that support that valor that you have. Understand, when I say valor, oftentimes you're going to walk alone. I know I say you will have an army, and then I said, what? You're going to walk alone. Well, the army will come, but they'll only come when they are convinced that you are convinced that you will stand strong in your courage. Then they come forward. So if there are things that you care deeply about, stand for them. If there are people that you want to support that others are not supporting, support them. And know that your presence of standing firm in that belief will show the way for others to stand with you. So my work around the world focuses primarily on what I've shared with you. I use law to bring value to people. I use the law to bring vision to people, because they don't know what they don't know. They can't see what they don't see. I use law to bring visibility. I argue cases in court. I do arbitrations. I also set up businesses. And I help people to sell them and fund them. I do all that fun stuff for me, but I know that I do these things because I saw my father do these things for others. So we are all part of a lineage. There's a history that comes with us, whether we know it or not. It comes with us, and it is imbued in our very cell structure to make us who we are today. Good or bad, it is who we are. And valor. So much of what is happening, or what happens to us, is without valor. No one courageously steps up on our behalf. You have to be the person that steps up on your behalf and behalf of others that you care about, and causes that you care about. And which is why I love Dominionaire Life, because so many of us, Steve, Scott, myself, we stand up for others and each other. And that's a beautiful collaboration to have, knowing that you're not alone, that you're never alone. You've never been alone, and you never will be alone. Just because you don't see people doesn't mean they're not there in spirit and support of you from miles and miles away. So I share these things with you because I want you to know that you are important in the plans that unfold for your business, for your family, for our futures. And I want you to know that Dominionaire Life was created for people just like you that wanted a different way of life, that didn't want to worry about money because you're working on your business and that's bringing you the money, because there's training for you to learn and excel, because there's good people that have come together to say, let's band together to make a difference in this world for other people. And if you can hear me, then you know that what I am saying is true. You know that there's a vibration when people are doing good things, right? Some people get hot, some people get trembles. I get happy. I love it when people do good things. And it hurts me when I can't help everyone. And I know that. So I choose, right? When things come in my path, will I help? And if I can, I do. And sometimes I simply can't, not because I don't want to, but because I don't know how. And I think that's a lot of us, right? We don't know how to help sometimes. So I want to share two thoughts. One is the Mayans have an ancient saying that says, If it is to be, then it is up to me. If it is to be, then it is up to me. And I've adopted that as my own personal philosophy. I'll go first in many situations, not knowing sometimes what the end will be or not knowing exactly what to do, but to know that my presence is important. And I'm so sorry that I can't be with you today. If it was anything other than a medical situation in my family, I would be on the ground with you, as I like to say, boots and stilettos on the ground. But I will be there next time. And I am here now. I'm not far away. I'm a phone call, I'm a text message. Oh, by the way, text message, I meant to share with you. I promised that I would give a gift to you. So on your cell phone, if you send a text to 26786, 26786, and if you type in the word law, LAW, I have a gift for you. It's an infographic of a copyright, meaning it's a picture of what the copyright process looks like. I am adamant about all of us copywriting our original creative ideas because they're good ideas that are worthy of protection and monetization. But the monetization part is for another discussion with you. So I want to say that I believe in you. I believe that there's a pathway for all of us that leads to goodness. And that means locking arms with each other at times and stepping out on our faith and strongly declaring that we are people of faith, we are people of God, and we believe in good business for everyone. I am Dr. Liddy, the good lawyer, and may you always remain as blessed as you are now. Until we meet again, please stay safe, please stay inspired, and please stay absolutely marvelous.
So come join her, monetizing you and your business at a Connect with Dr. Liddy today by visiting drliddy.com.
What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are. The Media Network, that's the best by far. Whether you listen at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information. What up, family? CTR.
What's up, everybody? I like to welcome you to another episode of the Men Can't Always Be Wrong podcast. I'm one of your hosts, T. Swin. I'm a father of four. I'm a music artist. I'm an entrepreneur, and I'm also a twin. And I'm a laid back and mellow kind of fellow. A-Sound in the building. Let's introduce and meet the rest of our guys in the crew on this Men Can't Always Be Wrong podcast.
All right, I'm Stevan Fluid. I'm an author, former police officer for the Houston Police Department, servant, and an activist. And I'm looking forward to this great show and interacting with all of y'all today.
Hi, my name is Jay Bean. I'm Mr. Average Joe, giving an honest opinion. I'm a former correctional officer, and I also have experience in the bail bond industry.
Everybody, it's LDC1. Father, musician, hard worker, been out here grinding, you know what I'm saying? 42 years old, out here getting, man. Just a hard-working black man. And also a person who got in trouble last time for my realism, because I keep it real, you know what I'm talking about? So it's gonna be a wonderful show. We're gonna get to it. Shout out to all the men and all the women that's watching.
All right, y'all, man. We got a special guest, man, an early present for y'all for the holidays. And Make sure y'all like, subscribe, share, comment, and post any input in the chat. Man, tonight we have a special guest for y'all. Y'all seen him on The Breakfast Club, Roland Martin. You seen him in Hidden Colors, Wilmington on Fire, Out of Darkness, Elementary Genocide. You seen him go viral on social media. He's a doctor of clinical psychology and a certified school psychologist, a community activist, an educator, a political scientist, an author, a speaker, and internationally known on the microphone, the self-proclaimed Prince of Pan-Africanism, Dr. Umar himself. Welcome to the show.
Peace and Pan-Africanism.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. For our audience that may not know you, why don't you introduce yourself and let them know who you are and what you're about?
Doctor of clinical psychology, as you said, certified school psychologist, certified school principal, author of Psychoacademic Holocaust, the Special Education and ADHD Wars Against Black Boys, also author of Black Parent Advocate, The Art of War for Dealing with America's Public and Charter Schools, former Minister of Education for Marcus Garvey's UNIA, blood relative to the great Frederick Douglass, blood relative to the 7th Bishop of the AME Church, Bishop Alexander Wayman, and I am currently in the final stages of renovating the first school in American history to be totally purchased, renovated, and operated with donations from African people from around the world, the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey RBG International Leadership Academy.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you for coming on our show. Tonight, we're going to be having a discussion about men's mental health, you know, from young men to young boys to older men, how it's affecting our community. Lately, in the past couple of years, mental health has been a big subject in talks amongst groups. And I just want to know from you, how is mental health affecting our community?
Well, one of the things that we have to be very clear about when we talk about mental health in Black people is the impact of racism. And one of the reasons why someone like me, who's trained as a clinician, views the entire Eurocentric mental health establishment as a big hypocrisy is because nothing within mental health is designed to assess for the role of racism in the lives of African people. And even when we look at treatment modality, treatment planning, treatment paradigm, conceptualized treatment, whether it's depression or bipolar or borderline or suicide or low self-esteem, violence, we never assess for the role or the impact that racism plays in the mental illness of African people. So how can you cure African people when you refuse to implicate the central ingredient that is contributing to their mental health issues, and that is racism? About a year ago, in fact, I think it was this year, the American Psychiatric Association and quite possibly the American Psychological Association, they both apologized to Black people for the role that they played in creating the inferiority complex, creating the disproportionality of special ed, the disproportionality in the misdiagnosing of Black adults and Black children, the role that they played in the over-medicalization of Black children, the role that they play and perpetuate in the Black-white test gap. But although they apologize for the role that they played in creating many of the big conceptual problems that Black people have that are related to mental health, they didn't offer a single solution for any of that. 3 points I would say quickly when we talk about mental health in African people. Number one, if you don't deal with the psychological residuals of slavery and their impact on African people, you don't change anything else about African people. There must be a psychological holocaust amongst African people before you can change anything else. There's no economic revolution. There's no cultural revolution. There's no spiritual revolution. There's no community revolution until you first revolutionize the African mind. As the most honorable Marcus Garvey said, don't take the kinks out your hair, take the kinks out of your mind. It is the mental side that is the biggest problem our people suffer. Frederick Douglass said it best when he said, it is better to raise strong children than to repair broken men. So number one, we must deal with the psychological residuals of slavery. Number two, how can you effectively heal African people when the crimes against African people have not stopped? In other words, if a woman
is a sexual assault victim, and you're trying to treatment plan for her sexual assault, you are in the process of establishing a therapeutic relationship to move her from trauma to a sense of peace. But every time she leaves your office, every time she leaves therapy, she goes back home where she's being raped and abused, goes back to the job, goes back to the community where she's being raped and abused. How can you cure trauma when the trauma has not yet ended? The point that I'm making, one of the biggest issues in the mental health of African people is the traumas, or excuse me, the experiences and circumstances that gave rise to our trauma have not stopped. We're still dealing with police brutality. We're still dealing with state-sponsored execution. We're still dealing with the inferiority complex, an entire society that is designed to perpetuate the marginalization of African people. So one of our biggest issues, how do you heal while you're still amongst the trauma? And the third one, European psychology does not admit the existence of spirit. European psychology does not admit the existence of spirit. This is a very big problem in the treatment of African people because we are spirit.
Spiritual
The
people.
word Africa itself, from the soul of God, we are spirit. Any conceptualization of African people's problems, any attempt to cure African people that does not take into account the central role that spirit serves will ultimately fail us. And that is a big limitation in European psychology as it relates to healing Black people.
Gotcha. Now I'm gonna touch on something real quick. Now I took a class on meditation, and I learned in meditation that we have stress markers, and we put stress markers in our DNA, and that those stress markers can be passed down through our DNA to our children. So, do you believe that with those stress markers, our kids are already born with mental health issues that we have developed, that they're already born in it, or the systems that are in place is what's helping develop these mental health issues in our kids?
It's both. Science has already proven that your DNA not only contains the physical attributes of your ancestors, but it also contains the psychological attributes of your ancestors. We are our ancestors. They are living and traveling in our blood every second of our existence. They are us and we are them. From an African-centered perspective, every one of us is an ancestor returning to Earth to complete a mission that you had started in a previous life. So reincarnation is central to African cosmological thought, and all of us are reincarnated ancestors. And in that reincarnation, you not only have their attributes, but you also have their wounds, their pain, their guilt, their shame, their misgivings. Everything that the ancestors experienced is within us. And that's why Black people often react to phenomena in a manner that other cultures would consider an exaggeration. They would say, well, it wasn't that bad. Why did he flip out when he was called the N-word? It wasn't that bad. Why is the Black community up in shambles over that police shooting? It's because when you react to trauma, you're not only reacting to what's happening in the moment, you are reacting to what you experienced in past lives. You are reacting to the trauma of your ancestors simultaneously as you react to your own trauma in that moment. We carry them. And that is why healing ourselves is also healing for the ancestors. We cannot talk about healing for the ancestors if we don't heal ourselves, because we are their extension.
Gotcha. Now, I know we are very spiritual people, but with these situations that we have, does prescription drugs play a part in the solution of the mental illness that we're dealing with?
Not in my opinion. I am totally against the use of prescription drugs for children, except when necessary due to potential suicidality, potential homicidality, in the case of psychosis, such as schizophrenia. And I would pretty much be of the same opinion with adults too. If they're not suicidal, homicidal, or psychotic, why are they taking medications? But I can tolerate an adult on psychiatric medications because an adult can communicate how those medications are making them feel. Adults are self-referred. In other words, if you're going through a depression and you want some medication, that's your decision. If you're dealing with a bout of bipolar and you want some medication, that's your decision. But children are not self-referred like adults are. Children are put on meds because the adults around them want them drugged up. See, that's a totally different process when you're talking about childhood psychiatrics. For example, when we look at most of the Black boys in America and across the African world for that matter, because I'm a Pan-Africanist, so I speak for all Black people. We look at all the African young men, boys around the world who are taking Ritalin, Adderall, Concerta, Cyclert, Metadate, and all of these other ADHD medications. They're not taking these medications because they asked for them. You can't show me a single Black boy who went to his mother, father, teacher, principal, pediatrician, and said, I need some drugs because I don't know how to sit still. I need some drugs because I can't pay attention. No child ever self-refers for medication. They are referred by adults. And the reason the adults refer the children for medication is because the children are making their life uncomfortable. So children are medicated so the adults can be convenienced.
I went through that with my son. I went there with my son when I had one of my sons, and he was jumping around. He was very active. And one day he got to me, right? He just got to me, and I could tell he was just sitting still like a zombie. And then I had found out his mom was had him on the Ritalin thing, so I had to go against her to get him. You know, luckily I didn't have too much of a fight with her. She understood where I was coming from and took him off that. But you already, kids don't put themselves on that. And I told her the same thing. You're just doing that because you feel like you can't handle him or he's too much for you. But with me, you know what I'm saying? He's not that way with me. You know, I have discipline with him. You know, so I feel that is a cheap way out. I feel a lot of parents are just throwing their kids on these drugs and just trying to find a back door instead of dealing with the situation at hand. So I think that's a big problem.
Great point, my brother, which takes me to a point that I'm going to make sure everybody's crystal clear about. White America does not have a psychological treatment system for African people. They have a psychological exploitation system for African people. It is all about the money. I can't stress this enough. I had this conversation with my brother Charlemagne. I've had this conversation with other celebrities who promote mental health. Nothing wrong with promoting mental health, but please make sure our people have informed consent about the system that we're telling them to go into. Okay? It's all about the money. The diagnosis equals money. The prescription equals money. The services equals money. And so there is a tendency to exaggerate issues African people are having so you can get a greater reimbursement from the insurance company, a greater reimbursement from the state, a greater reimbursement from the school system. So if you take a Black boy to a behavioral health center, or girl or adult, if they get diagnosed with depression, that's money. That equals money. And then if you say they need medication, that equals money. And then you say they need therapy, that equals money. And then you say they need social skills training, that equals money. Intensive case management, that equals money. They need a approved private school for mental illness, that equals money. They need intensive case management, that equals money. Money, 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 money. And this is one of the reasons why I tell parents, do not get your children so quickly evaluated, because they're going to, if you go looking for a diagnosis, you will find it. If you go looking for a diagnosis, you will find it. And our people need to understand that the reason there's a big push for mental health in the Black community, this is not being done for honest reasons. This is being done because the Black community is a what? Untapped market for the pharmaceutical industry. Let me say it one more time. Black people do not trust white institutions, nor should we. The mental health establishment is a white institution. The publicly traded Wall Street pharmaceutical drug companies see a big payday in Black America if they can convince us to go crazy on European mental health treatment modalities. So we have to be careful because they want to diagnose you. They will find a problem just to get paid. They will create a problem just to write a prescription. Just last week, I saw an advertisement. The United States, I don't know if it's the Department of Education, National Institute of Mental Health, Food and Drug Administration, I forget which branch of the government. They want every child in America, Black or white. They want every child in America, I believe at the age of 8, 7 or 8, screened for anxiety and depression. Why are you screening 7-year-olds for anxiety and depression? Every 7-year-old goes through bouts of worry. Every 7-year-old goes through bouts of sadness. But guess what? Go to one psychologist, it's a growing pain. Go to another psychologist, it's a family issue. Go to another psychologist, it's anxiety and depression. They don't care about 7-year-old kids in this country. The reason they want them screened for mental health is so the drug company can write prescriptions.
Yeah. Now I'm a veteran. I'm a veteran myself. There's another veteran on the panel, Hoverman Cop, Steve-O. I was dealing with some depression and anxiety. I developed anxiety by 34 years of age. And so they gave me a prescription for Sertraline. And so I took it once or twice, and it made my head hurt. And so I looked into it, and I saw that it ramps up one thing and and ramps down another one. I say, so this medicine is reprogramming my brain. That's why my head is. I said, I can't mess with this anymore. So I just left it alone. I started doing other things to better myself. Meditation. I started martial arts, so that started being more active to put my focus in other places.
Absolutely.
And so,
go ahead. I'm sorry, brother.
I said, I've been better. I've been better ever since.
Powerful. To God be the glory. The other point I was going to make, gentlemen, is that these drugs, and anybody who doesn't believe me can go and do their research. You can start with the drug company websites themselves, because they often put some of the symptoms on the website, but they don't put all the symptoms because they're not required to put all the symptoms, because the Food and Drug Administration, which is in cahoots with the Wall Street publicly traded drug companies, they are paid by the drug companies to not only push the drugs, but to also consider safe drugs that are toxic. And believe it or not, most of the research that is done to say that a drug is healthy, the research itself is paid for by the drug company who created the drug. So let me get this right. I make a drug for so-called ADHD, which is nothing more than ain't no daddy at home disorder. I'll make a drug for so-called ADHD. I know I can make about $10 million off this drug the first year. And I'll probably be in the billions after 5 years, the way that they misdiagnose some Black boys with this.
Yeah.
And the Food and Drug Administration, which is the drug and food police, right? They decide what's safe, not safe. I'm going to pay them off, first of all, because it is not illegal for members of the Food and Drug Administration. Check this out. It is not illegal for officials of the Food and Drug Administration to have stock interests in the same drugs they have to police. Did y'all hear what I just said?
Yeah.
The people responsible for telling you Ritalin is safe have stock options in Ritalin. And then the research to prove Ritalin is safe or not safe is paid for by the drug company that stands to make billions of dollars off of Ritalin. Look at the corruption in the Food and Drug Administration. There's a group of white men right now suing one of the pharmaceutical companies because they took I forget which drug it was, one of the ADHD medications. And they started growing breasts. They started growing breasts because a lot of these drugs have high levels of estrogen, unhealthily high levels of estrogen in them, especially for developing Black boys. And as a result, white men grew breasts. And now the white men have a class action lawsuit against one of the pharmaceutical industries because taking drugs to deal with hyperactivity led to breasts.
Yeah. I remember at one of your lectures, you spoke on that a couple years ago. I think you also mentioned something about sterilization too.
Oh, yes. It causes sterilization, kills brain cells, stunts growth, tic disorders, schizophrenia, organ failure, premature ejaculation, can change the structure of the blood. When you look at the list of side effects, you would say to yourself, why would anybody give this to their child? And also, why would anybody take this themselves? Because you do know that the drug companies have immunity from the federal government. You can't sue them. It is almost impossible to sue a drug company, a pharmaceutical, for the problems that the pharmaceuticals cause. Because drug companies are one of the biggest lobbies on Capitol Hill. They have one of the biggest lobbies. See, here's what you got to understand about drugs. Dope, period. I don't care if it's illegal dope, legal dope, they all the same. And the people who sell them often control both sides of it as well. Drugs is the most lucrative business in the world. Why? Number one, very low output for very high gain. For example, if you own a restaurant and you cook food, you got to get a restaurant, you got to get a grill, you got to get the food, you got to get the chefs. You have overhead. If you're renovating an apartment building and you're going to turn that into rental properties, you have overhead. If you're a barber, you got to get your clippers and everything, you have overhead. You do hair, you have overhead. If you're a plumber, electrician, you got to get your supplies, get you a van, get you a truck. You have overhead. But once the drug is made, and as you know, every pill is a very small object. The pill is a very small object, and the chemicals that go into the creation of psychiatric medications are relatively inexpensive. The chemicals themselves are relatively inexpensive, and so you're mass producing something that weighs less than 1/10 of an ounce. But you're selling this thing that weighs less than 1/10 of an ounce for about $50 a pill, $30 a pill, $75 a pill. Look at the return on this. And one of the issues I have with some Black investment firms is I see a lot of Black investment firms starting to invest in psychiatric medication as a way to bring returns for their investors, which I totally am against and liken it to slavery, because you are investing in the psychological exploitation, devastation, and re-enslavement of Black children.
I was just gonna say that. I was just gonna say some of that because, like you were saying, they getting paid off this, right? But I heard many people like on social media, like you look at a lot of socials like TikTok and everything, and people say, "Oh, I'm gonna keep this person like this so I can get this check, or I can get this check. I'm gonna keep this person sick. Or I'm gonna keep this person on Adderall so I can get this check, or I'm gonna keep this person crippled so I can get this check." So how do we defeat? It's like we facing a two-way mirrored monster. We got that. We got the corporations getting rich off of it, but then we got the back end people trying to get rich off of it too, trying to collect money off of it. It's just like the government is kind of like the government gonna pay you to shut up. We're gonna pay you to shut up. Let's pay you to keep them sick. We give enough money to keep them sick, but let us do our thing. So it's like a two-way monster. How you defeat something like that? Like something so.
Well, the thing is, when you talk about healing in African people, we have to do that ourselves. Because racism is still alive and well. The white man hasn't apologized, not sincerely, for anything he's ever done to Black people. They're not going to stop. So the healing has to be done while we're on the battlefield. And that's a very, very difficult thing to do. Because if you suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder, if you suffer from Gulf War syndrome, how do you treat that while you're still in the Gulf? How do you treat that when you're still at war? So Black people are not only traumatized, we are re-traumatized, through our experience. I would even argue that a lot of what's considered ADHD in our boys, a lot of it is neighborhood traumatization by way of bullying, witnessing street violence, domestic violence, and other types of violence. When you look at the symptoms of ADHD, many of them are shared in common with a child who's dealing with post-traumatic stress. They're also similar to symptoms of a child who's dealing with attachment disorder. Father in jail, grandmom died, mother got her taken away. Those are all attachment related issues. Now, here's the thing. When the little white boys, when their parents get a divorce, his behavior is treated as a consequence of attachment disorder. You understand? If he lost somebody to death recently, his aggression in the classroom will be treated as an adjustment disorder. That little white boy is not going to be ushered off to the psychologist, the psychiatrist, or the pediatrician for a diagnosis and prescription, because white people care about their children. They don't care about our children. And as a result of that, when Black boys exhibit symptoms of internal mental health issues, instead of showing some compassion, some care, some concern, when it comes to the Black boy, it's all about controlling the uncontrollable animal. They quickly rush him off to get a diagnosis of a disruptive behavior disorder, followed up with some medication. A lot of these boys taking these drugs, diagnosed with oppositional defiant disorder, disruptive behavior disorder, conduct disorder, ADHD, they don't have none of that at all. They're dealing with family problems, neighborhood problems, peer problems, sibling problems, and of course the everyday racism that traumatizes you as well from having to deal with racist, white, hostile women every day.
Do you think enough of us are waking up to where we can combat this and start moving in a better direction, or it's going to be a very, very long uphill battle?
It's going to be a very, very long uphill battle for a couple of reasons, good brother. I'll just give you three, though. One of them, white folks in white capitalism have convinced Black people that you can buy your way out of unhappiness. They've also convinced Black people that they can buy their way out of slavery. So you have Negroes across this country, 50 million. Many of them are out right now as we have this conversation, shopping for Christmas gifts because they think they can buy their way out of oppression, out of slavery, and out of misery. And that's credit to the white power structure for convincing Black people that if you just make enough money, if you just buy a good enough car, if you just move into a house that's in a white enough neighborhood, you will start to feel better about yourself. And what Negroes often end up finding out, and this is what I call buyer's remorse. Okay, Black people often suffer from buyer's remorse. You bought the Mercedes, and for the first 2 months, it did make you feel better, but you were not happy. That was just a feeling of euphoria. That was just the honeymoon period. And after 8 weeks, that Mercedes is now starting to bother you because you got to pay that insurance, you got to pay that gas, people trying to break in, you getting scratch marks, and you go through buyer's remorse. Most Black people, after Christmas, they go through a buyer's remorse where you regret having wasted all this money because at the end of the day, nothing outside of you can make you feel better. All mental health, all mental treatment, all mental transformation must take place within the inside. So number one, it's an uphill battle because Negroes are out trying to shop their way to freedom. That's number one. Number two, it's going to be an uphill battle because most Black people would much rather hide the mental health issues behind their materialism. So we do a good job of that too. I just got to look like I'm a healthy person. I don't actually have to be a healthy person. And credit again for this goes to the white power structure because they convinced everybody in America, not only Black people, that America is a civilization. We do not live in a civilization. There is nothing civilized about this country. You could probably argue there's nothing civilized about this world. You got people running into school shooting children. You got people walking into supermarkets, murdering dozens of people. You have children committing suicide, Black girls right now, at least the last time I checked in the post-COVID era, our 14 to 17-year-old princesses lead this country in teenage suicide, in suicide period. The middle-aged white man was the one most likely to commit suicide for most of American history. Post-COVID, it became a teenage Black girl. So you got suicide, you got opioid crisis, you still got crack out here. You understand me? You got domestic violence, Black on Black crime, white on white crime, government sanctioned executions. There is nothing civilized about this country, but it's technologically sophisticated. And what the white man has done, he's convinced Black people in all of America that because you have a cell phone, because you can ride an airplane, because you have a tablet, because you have a video game system, because you have a car with heated seats and a radio in it, because you got Alexa in your house that you can talk to and turn off the lights and turn on the TV and turn up the heat, because you have technological sophistication, you are civilized. Technologically sophisticated societies are not civilized societies. Civilized societies are places where people are treated in a civil way. And people are not treated in a civil way in this country. You cannot have civilization alongside capitalism. Capitalism is the ownership of wealth by the few, which they accrue through the exploitation of the many. That means most people will be homeless. Most people will be hungry. Most people will barely be making ends meet. Most people will be destitute. 10% of Americans have more wealth than the other 90%. How can this qualify as a civilization? And that is a big piece of the mental health crisis that you're talking about, which is why I always say, until we start talking about giving Black men livable wage jobs so they can feed their families, until we start talking about giving Black men livable wage jobs so they can feed their families, we cannot talk seriously about solving mental health, because the best way to make a Black man feel better is to give him a job with benefits.
Oh, yeah. For you, Doctor, how do you think the suppression of our history affects the way we perceive ourselves?
The greatest Black psychologist of all time, a fellow Garveyite, Dr. Amos Wilson, he said, and I'm paraphrasing, that a person's estimation of their self-worth is largely contingent upon what they understand their people to have been and done in times before they were born. So without question, the lack of knowledge of self exerts an excruciating amount of influence on the way that our children think, feel, and behave. We have to give them restorative history. We have to give them corrective history. With that being said, I want to add this disclaimer. You can teach Black children who they are all day long until they are blue in the face. But if Black children do not see themselves receiving the same kinds of opportunities that yellow children receive, the same types of opportunities that brown children receive, the same types of opportunities that white children receive, if they do not see themselves receiving those same types of opportunities, ultimately everything you taught them about themselves will ultimately be irrelevant. When I speak at prisons, right? And the prisons are filled with knowledgeable brothers, filled with woke brothers, filled with conscious brothers. They done read entire libraries in that prison. But guess what? They're still behind bars. And guess what? When they get out, despite knowing everything there is to know about ancient African civilization, despite knowing everything there is to know about political science in Black America, despite knowing everything there is to know about the Black liberation struggles, despite being a master of African history, they will end up in jail within 1 year with all that knowledge if somebody doesn't give them a job when they get out. So knowledge of self is important, but without opportunities, we will still breed criminals.
Yeah. So I read one of your quotes, and then I'm gonna just read. It said, "We don't have the luxury of being one-dimensional, even though we are in a state of crisis. We don't act like." Do you still that's still relevant today?
Absolutely, it's even more relevant now because when we look at the conscious community, I see a lot of brothers and sisters who are one-dimensional, and they try to justify being one-dimensional. They say, well, I'm just putting the information out. I've decided to just put the information out. Well, what if Frederick Douglass sat behind a desk and said, well, I'm just going to produce the North Star. I'm just going to produce the Frederick Douglass paper. You know, what if Harriet Tubman or Ida B. Wells or Fannie Lou Hamer, Dr. King, Malcolm, Medgar, George, Jonathan, Huey, Fred, what if they all just said, we're not going to do no work. We just want to teach the people. My job is to teach the people. And the reason why you have all these intellectual masturbators on YouTube is because they're not committed enough and they're too lazy enough to get off of the internet and do some real work. You cannot be one dimensional at all. I save children every day. I evaluate children. I'm building a school. I'm helping people with their personal problems. I'm contributing to the building of other institutions, different programs. I'm trying to do all I can in the short time that the Creator has given me on this in this lifetime to do. Yes, you have to specialize in certain things. I specialize in the mental health and education of African children. I'm specializing in the reconstructive education of our people. I'm specializing in the building of the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy. But I can't just do one thing. When you are at war and somebody says we need some water, do you say I can't get no water because I'm just a sniper. Snipers don't get water. You do whatever you gotta do so your people can win the war. I can even draw a parallel to Deion Sanders, not to spend too much money on him, too much time on him. And I have tremendous respect for Deion, but that's the Deion Sanders, Shannon Sharpe argument. That's the Deion Sanders, Shannon Sharpe argument. You know, the problem of the HBCUs is not the problem of one man. The problem of the HBCUs was there before Deion.
Yep.
The problem of slavery was there before Frederick Douglass. The problem of slavery was there before Harriet Tubman. What if they would have said, oh, it's too big for me. I'm walking away. I can't do this by myself. When you love your people, you do whatever you need to do to transform their reality. Deion had a chance to transform the reality. The problem with people like Deion Sanders and Shannon Sharpe is they have more commitment to their own personal agenda than the best interest of the Black community. And that's really what this comes down to. What do we value more? The attainment of our own personal agenda or the best interest in liberation and salvation of our people? For example, I can go right back to the white educational mental health establishment right now, and I would be a millionaire in 1 year. I lie to you not. I would be a millionaire if I recanted everything I said about special ed and ADHD and psychiatric meds and psychiatric racism. If I recanted with my popularity and my presence in the world, if I went back to the white power structures mental health system right now, I'd be a millionaire in a year. That's how much money they're paying for these evaluations. That's how much money they're paying for people to get these evaluations done. Just as much as I've influenced parents against special ed, I could go back and influence parents towards special ed, and I would be a millionaire. I'd probably be the director of the American Psychological Association in 5 years. But guess what? I love my people. My heart and soul has always been in the Black liberation struggle. Although I've always wanted to be a psychologist since a child, the priority for me is Black liberation, not my personal agenda. Deion chose $5 million a year over the long-term success and survival of the HBCU system. Again, some people would say that's okay because they don't care about the best interests of the Black community. But for those of us who are truly about liberation, Shannon Sharpe is wrong for not dating Black women, and Deion Sanders is wrong for going to the University of Colorado with a 1.6 Black student ratio.
Gotcha. Now, with your FDMG Academy, that's how I said, what are you doing that that's going to change or break these cycles that we have in our community with our young, so they could change the future? Because the change is going to come with the next generation. So
Well,
what do you do?
Well, as I said earlier, until you have a psychological revolution, you change nothing else. The whole purpose of the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy is to serve as a psychological reconstruction clinic. We are there to transform the way that our young people think so they can be the leaders that the African race leads tomorrow. Frederick Douglass's quote is the main motto of our school. It is better to raise strong children than to repair broken men. What we're going to do, no other school has ever done, and that is reshape the way Black people think about themselves one generation at a time through our children.
I believe in what you said. I believe in so much you say when you say we neglect our pain and trauma. So I'm gonna just ask you something I never been told as a Black man, as a Black father. How do you? I never been told. How do you start to pay attention to it? What do you start to pay? Like, how do you start to pay attention to it? Because I hear so much, neglected, or be strong, or don't do this as a Black man. But how do you open up and really start to pay attention to it? I mean,
pay attention to. How do we start paying attention to what, good brother? I didn't hear that piece.
Oh, I'm sorry. How you said we neglect pain and trauma. We neglect our pain and trauma. But I never been taught how to pay. I've been taught to neglect, but how to start. How do you pay attention to it?
Like, how do you address it?
Open up to pay attention to it. Because I don't get taught that at all.
I follow what you're saying. Yeah. And that's why when you study spirituality, and you study some of the great spiritual teachers, they always taught what? In fact, there's a quote, and I think it comes from Buddha. It might have been Buddha, who was a black man. It could have been Muhammad ibn Abdullah, the prophet of Islam. He was also a black man. But one of them said that in the struggle between you and the world and you and yourself, you should second the world. Because until you've achieved victory over yourself, no other victory will be real. It is very difficult to engage in self-transformation. Why? Because you have an ego. We all have an ego. Yeah. And your ego's job is to constantly present an ideal picture of you to yourself. So in order to stare down your demons, in order to grow past the assumptions you make about your perfect self, you have to go beyond the ego. And this is why it's so hard for people to see their own faults, but they can see everyone else's, because the ego does not major in self-improvement. The ego majors in the stability of our self-image. And this is also a big reason why a lot of our relationships don't work out, because we have a certain image of ourselves, and then we get into a relationship with a significant other, and they start to highlight aspects of our personality that are less than perfect that they think we need to work on. And we don't want nobody telling us what's wrong with us. We want people to cheerlead us and worship us and honor us and serve us. And a lot of relationships get ended prematurely because you have one partner who's trying to help you become the best you can be, but you're not interested in being the best you can be. You just want to be the best facade that you can be. And so to answer your question, my brother, in order to engage in self-growth, that takes a lot of willpower. That takes a lot of self-analysis. That takes a lot of hours in solitude alone, evaluating and studying yourself, and never, ever shrinking from an opportunity to point out a fault in the character you are. It's tough. You know, it's like the person on drugs. The first thing they want to do is rationalize the drug use. The person who's overweight, they want to rationalize their overweightness. You understand me? The shopaholic wants to rationalize this shopaholicism. It's the way black women rationalize blonde hair, right? You say, why you got that blonde hair on? You know, well, I just like the color. No, you don't. Because white women, that's their ideal hair color, white. Is blonde, and you want to be as close to them as possible because that's what you've been told is beautiful. It's the same reason why black men date outside the race, right? But they will rational. Well, I just fell in love with her. It had nothing to do with race. Yes, it did. It had everything to do with race. You low self-esteem coon. Yes, it did. You understand? So you got to realize the ego isn't interested in transformation. The ego is interested in preservation of who you are, and that's why self-transformation is one of the hardest things you can do. Remember this, we all have a physical age, a physical biological age. That changes every year. You don't have to do anything in order to go up in age physically. You're going to be a year older no matter what. But guess what? Psychologically, you do not get older every year automatically. The only way you grow psychologically is to put yourself through the process of psychological growth. Every one of us has a physical age, and every one of us has a psychological age. You might be 40 physically. You might be 12 psychologically. You might be 60 physically. You might be 30 psychologically. For example, we've all seen a beautiful, attractive black woman in her late 60s, early 70s. She's still fine, still got it going on, but a bit too old to be thinking she can still wear those mini skirts outside with the stilettos. You know why she's still doing that? She's trapped. Something happened to her early on in her life, and she is trapped in that 30-year-old body. And that's with 30-year-old mind, because she's in a 70-year-old body now, but she got that 30-year-old mind, and that's where she's going to stay until she decides to embark upon the painful road of self-transformation.
Gotcha. Now, the people that's watching, if you like the knowledge that's being dropped, make sure you like, share, subscribe, comment, and put your input in the chat. There was a question brought by Brainwave Relaxation. He asked, is it better to control the mind or the emotions? Or your feelings?
Well, the emotions are part of a mind. Those are not separate. The emotions are a part of the mind. So an aspect of the mind that you're needing to control is your emotions. But let me say this about the emotion. Emotions and memory go hand in hand. This is why people who suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder can often relive their memories so vividly. They relive them so well that they think that they're re-experiencing the actual event, because the area of the brain that's responsible for emotion is also responsible for memory. So the more emotional an experience was for you, the more traumatic it will be. And this is why all great spiritual teachers in history and even religions now, they teach you control of emotion, especially when you're in traumatic situations. Because if you let yourself go emotionally, that is so much more that you're going to be traumatized by that situation, especially when those recurring memories come on up. But controlling your mind does not mean suppressing the content. A lot of people think controlling the mind is suppressing my emotions, suppressing my thoughts. No, no, no. You have to bring everything from the unconscious up to the conscious mind to be processed. It's like cleaning out your basement. Your basement is your unconscious mind. You got a lot of stuff in the basement. Some stuff you're going to keep, some stuff you're going to throw out, some stuff you're going to wash and repack. And so what we have to do to get healthy, bring it all up. Bring up the sexual molestation, bring up the rape, bring up your mother's abandonment, bring up your father's emotional abuse, bring up your big brother's sibling bullying, you know, bring up the peer shame you felt in school, bring up all the girls who wouldn't talk to you when you was in high school, bring up the pimples on your face that made you look so ugly you didn't go to the prom. Bring it all up, reprocess it, decide what's getting thrown out, decide what you're keeping, and decide what needs to be repackaged. And the simplest way to repackage a painful memory, it won't take the sting out automatically, but it will transform the interpretation from a powerless interpretation to a powerful or empowering interpretation. And that is to reassign a new meaning to that experience. Reassign a new meaning to that experience. I'll give you an example. I was going through something recent personally, right? And I said, wow, why am I going through this? You know, I felt like I had bad luck or something. And then I said, you know what? The reason you're going through this is so you don't make this mistake when you open up the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey Academy. So what I had to do was step back and say, wait a minute. These sets of circumstances that I'm dealing with over here in my personal life, if I look at it from a different perspective, it's actually training me for how to handle those same types of circumstances when they come up at the school. So we have to make sure we're taking disempowering memories and reinterpreting them so they give us a new powerful view on things. Remember, there is no such thing as actual reality. The brain doesn't know the difference between a dream and you could get into a fight in your dream tonight. Your body will respond as if you fought somebody in real life. The brain can't tell the difference between make-believe and reality. This is why gangster rap is so toxic. This is why violent video games are so toxic. This is why violent movies are so programming to people, because your brain don't know the difference, whether you went through it in a dream, went through it on TV, or went through it in real life. Your body, your mind, your memory will respond the same way. We have to use that law. We have to use the laws of psychology and the laws of spirituality to make sure we are building strong African consciousness and strong African subconsciousness.
Go
ahead, Steve-O.
All right. Yeah, I wanted to say something real quick. It's very important that I say this, that when we talk about our communities, if we don't understand how we can better communicate with each other, the issues that we have, don't think the police are going to do it for you. The police is going to be there to take you and your problem and will put you in jail. Now, the solution to that, to these issues that we're having, because it is an ongoing cycle, ongoing problem. What I'm seeing and what I have seen is that we're seeing the mothers are younger, the father's not present in the home, of course. So now the child is having problems, difficulties. The mama has problems, difficulties. The daddy has problems, the daddy ain't there. So you got all people with all different problems, and no one knows how to solve that problem because it's a cycle. So then now when you get the police involved, they're not going to have patience unless it's one of our own kind. We have a better understanding. But nonetheless, to come up with solutions and to solve that problem, police officers and law enforcement can handle the overwhelming problems with mental illness, mental problems within our communities and as a whole. So what must happen is that once a person who understands and has the passion like Dr. Umar and people like myself and the stuff that I have going on and what I wanted, the solutions that I have, you have to be able to find someone within law enforcement, within the health industry, pharmaceutical, whatever you want to do. But most importantly, it's going to be between the police who's going to come there for a problem. If the problem gets out of hand, that has to involve police. So what you do is that this is very important, is that you have to have someone in between, someone who knows the families in the communities, and then that information to the specific law enforcement who would then know that particular home or issues in that community, in that area, so that when the police does come and they don't know the issue, they're not going to have and waste any time. That's where the violence comes in. That's when the police brutality comes in. That's when, because now you're going back to the mental illness, you're dealing with the emotional person. And unfortunately, a lot of police officers are looking for that to get you hemmed up, to get the mother, to get the child hemmed up. So there's different alternatives now. There's solutions in place that can solve those problems. But how can you do that if you don't know how to deal with it when you constantly in that issue? It goes back to what Dr. Umar said again about the spiritual side. You have to know yourself, and then we have to always get back to the main source that we've always had as Black people. We had each other. Now, if a Black person in any hood right now has an issue, they don't have no one to go to. They don't have Dr. Umar, who's way over there in Philadelphia. They don't have it here. Umar's not here in Houston, who they can go to. So what do you have? You have to have some resources, not government resources, because they're restricted on what they can and cannot do. Because how do I know that? Because I've seen it happen time and time again. So the problem is now is that we got to be sure that once we recognize our problems, be able to have that ability to communicate that problem effectively to people who are concerned, that can get the proper help to and relay that to the police officers. And that's where I come in, and that's where my vision is and my purpose is want to spread that kind of thing, but what Dr. Umar is saying. So the issue is definitely there, and it ain't going to stop unless we come into our senses, calm down, recognize where the problems come from. We already know. Dr. Umar has already stated that. We know all the issues we have. Now we just have to have the ability to make sure that we get the systems and the issues in place where it's like a 911. We call 911 for help, but this is another avenue towards 911 because 911 ain't even helping us now.
One thing I want to say in response to the brother and in support of what he said, first off, when a mother has to call the police on her son or daughter who's having a mental health crisis, the shame and the blame for that is on every Black man in our community. No Black woman should have to go outside of her community to get someone to counsel or calm down one of her children. You said something earlier, and basically it spoke to what I'm going to say now. The village is our solution. The problem with Black people in America, we do not operate as a village and have not operated as a village since desegregation.
Yep.
Mexicans operate as a village. Arabs operate as a village. Jews, Anglo-Saxons, Chinese, East Indians, Native Americans, everyone operates as a village. Black people operate as a nation of individuals. Nothing we do is done collectively. Part of understanding the ethos of mental health is understanding that just like a fetus needs the womb of the mother to grow and function, the individual needs the community to grow and to function. One of the biggest reasons why we have so much mental illness is we have no community. Where are our programs? Where are our systems? Where are our institutions? Where is our infrastructure? We don't have it. The Black psychologists, the Black social workers, the Black psychiatrists, the Black counselors, we should have a treatment modality already being implemented. I understand the Black psychologists have a treatment modality on paper, but it's not being implemented. And the reason these treatment modalities are not being implemented by our leading Black professional mental health associations is because everybody wants some money. Nobody wants to volunteer. The spirit of volunteerism that once controlled the Black community has been all but extinguished. We do not have the spirit of volunteerism no more. Nobody wants to do unless they are being paid for it. That's why our young boys don't have men in their lives. There's no reason why we got all these single Black mothers raising these Black boys on their own with all these Black men running around. If the father's not there, one of us is supposed to be stepping up to be accountable for that young man without expecting anything from his mother. The reason we got Black on Black crime, the reason we got gangster rap, the reason we got teenage pregnancy is Black men have no interest in fathering or being a father figure to children they did not biologically produce. Pathological selfishness is one of the greatest collective sins of Black America.
Gotcha. Now you said something about the people wanting to get paid. The people that are getting paid don't want their money cut off. They don't want their bank accounts frozen. They see the shambles that we in, and they know they could collectively help. If we get together, get on the same page, we could change ourselves. We don't really need nobody outside, but they're so afraid of being blackballed or being or their money being stopped that they don't want to help us.
Thomas Sankara, the great Pan-Africanist from Burkina Faso, who was assassinated in 1984, I want to say, 87 maybe. I think it was 87. He said, the man that feeds you is the man that owns you. And that's what's wrong with our athletes and entertainers. They have a lot of money. They have no freedom and power. Zero. They are scared as shit. I know. I've been around many of them. They're scared as hell. Millions and millions upon millions of dollars. They are scared to bat a fly. We are not going to get free waiting on them. They are too tied into the white power structure. They are too afraid. You're not getting liberation from them. So we have to get it from ourselves. But the problem with Black folks, going back to white supremacy and the capitalist model again, they have convinced us that having money and being able to buy things is more important than freedom. And it's hard to value something you never experienced. That's another issue with Black folks. See, this is why the first few generations of enslaved Africans fought harder than all the subsequent generations until the Civil War. Why? Because they knew what freedom was. When you have something and someone takes it from you, you know exactly what you're missing. You understand me? If I'm drinking one of my ginger ales and you come take my ginger ale, we might got the slap box for that ginger ale because I know what that Schweppes ginger ale tastes like. But if you take the ginger ale from me and I never tasted that ginger ale, well, I don't really know what I'm missing. I can probably live without it. And Black people are so far away from freedom that we no longer value it. And one of the reasons why we don't get respect from other people is everybody can see that we are okay being oppressed. We are okay being murdered. We are okay being miseducated. We are okay being gentrified and mass incarcerated as long as we can experience the conveniences and material privileges of American society. That's how low our integrity as a people has gone. We've gotten to the point where you can do whatever you want to do to black folks. As long as I got a cell phone, a Benz, a white girlfriend, a house in the suburb, I can get my hair done, some fresh Timbs and Jordans, I'm good. And a people like that, people who will content themselves with material garbage in exchange for freedom, they don't deserve to be free, and nobody else is going to fight for their right to be free. We are where we are because we choose to stay there.
Gotcha. Now, Tracy Holcomb asked, how can we restore the mindset so we can become one? What are some steps that we can start taking to change the mindset?
The only thing that's going to change anything is yourself or an institution that you need. Institutions control behavior, period. You go into the military, they tell you when to eat, how to eat, what to think, how to dress, when to dress. You go to school, they tell you what to do, how you're going to behave. You go to work, you're told what time to show up, what time to go to, what time you're going to leave, what time is lunch. They tell you what's acceptable, what's not acceptable. You belong to a community-based organization, a religion. Institutions control behavior. The reason we can't control the behavior of our own people in the black community, we have no institutions that they need through which we can exert an influence on the way that they act. What do we have that black people need? What does the black community provide for its own people? Absolutely nothing. How can you get people to cooperate with a community that does absolutely nothing for it? The problem we got is we're still expecting black people to be loyal to the black agenda just because they're black. Jews can do that because Jews provide resources for Jews.
Yeah.
Anglo-Saxons can do that. Anglo-Saxons provide resources for Anglo-Saxons. Native Americans and Latinos can do that because they provide resources for their community. The only thing we provide for our community is religion. There's no other resource black people have for black people. If you don't change that, you'll never get your children back. We could get all these drug dealers tomorrow. We could get the killers and the gangbangers off the street tomorrow. Hang up a sign that says $50,000 a year jobs with benefits, as well as a house purchase stipend, a house purchase scholarship. They lay them drugs down as fast as you can. You won't get everybody, but you'll get most of them. The reason our children don't pay no attention to us, we have nothing for them. Pay attention to you for what? You got a job for me? You got a home for my kids? You have nothing but a speech. And because of that, they don't listen to us. Economics and education. You go nowhere without economics and education. You need economics to train the youth. Excuse me, you need education to train the youth, and you need economics to provide an opportunity for the adults. When you can feed a person, they will be loyal to you. And if you can't feed them, you'll never have their loyalty.
Now, Dr. Umar, we must bring our show to a close, but we appreciate you coming on our panel with us, man. We really appreciate it. Anytime in the past, I've reached out to you, man. You always been available. I found my Baba out here in Houston because of you, man. I started looking into Ifa, and I found my Baba Obafemi Ifeanyi here in Houston, MLK. But
let me give the people the donation information if I can.
Yes, sir. Tell the people how can they get to you, what you got going on, and what you got coming up.
Yes, sir. FDMG Academy, brothers and sisters, we are at the finish line, just about the finish line, 99% completed. The Marcus Garvey Elementary School of the FDMG campus, your school, my school, our school. Please continue to donate so we can get across the finish line. Get on your Cash App, $FDMG School. Get on your Cash App, $FDMG School. For my international Africans and PayPal users, FDMG Academy on PayPal, FDMG School on Cash App. You can also mail check or money order payable to FDMG Academy, P.O. Box 9634, Wilmington, Delaware 19809. All that information is also on my website, drumarjohnson.com. If you want to work or volunteer at the school, please send your resume to fdmgresumes@gmail. I repeat, fdmgresumes@gmail.com. You must include a photo and you must include a cover letter. Who are you and why do you want to work at this school? If you need to reach me directly for life coaching, consultations, you need help with your autistic kid, your ED kid, your ADHD kid, your emotionally disturbed kid, your intellectually disabled kid, your deaf kid, your blind kid, your speech kid, You got issues with mental health or education, you can text me directly to schedule consultation at 215-989-9858. That is 215-989-9858. Next Thursday, Kwanzaa Thursday, the 29th, I will be giving a free lecture in Washington, D.C., Chocolate City, at the Thurgood Marshall Center, where the most honorable Marcus Garvey once spoke and where Thurgood Marshall once used for his office. Please join us at the Thurgood Marshall Center Thursday the 29th of December. And then the next day, I'm at the Bronx Kwanzaa lecture on Friday, December the 30th at St. Helena's Church in the Bronx. St. Helena's lecture is $10 donation for the sisters putting that together, but the DC lecture is absolutely free. So my brothers and sisters on the mother continent of Ghana, I should be there on January the 3rd, bringing in the new year, speaking at the University of Ghana, East Lagoon campus. I also have St. Louis coming up. I have Pittsburgh coming up, Pleasantville, New Jersey coming up, St. Louis coming up, Baltimore coming up, and a few other places coming up. But anybody need that information, Dr. Umar Johnson at yahoo.com or 215-989-9858. And you can subscribe to my video on demand platform, drumar.tv, www.drumar.tv.
We appreciate you, Doc. For everybody, make sure you like, subscribe, share, comment. Men Can't Always Be Wrong podcast. I'm your guy, T Swin. I got some transportation music coming out, man. You can find my music at tswin.herenow.com. Good, clean, positive music for the drivers out there in the transportation field. B. Hudson is here.
What's up, DC1? Shout out, thank you, Dr. Umar, for coming on, man. I really
Appreciate
enjoyed the podcast. You said a lot of positive things, and I hope the community really take hold of what he's saying. There's a lot of truth to what he's saying. It's real. It hits you in the chest, but it's real, and it's the truth, man. So it's time for us to pay attention to this. And black man, let's do what we got to do, man. It's time to stand up, man. It's time. Our children do need us. He's not lying. They need us. You know, when we take us away from home, that's a big negative. So they need us. But shout out to all the brothers. Y'all can check me out. TikTok, everyone just put in the LDC music, same thing, got music coming out, and shout out to all the men and women out there, man.
Powerful.
Steve-O.
Yes, y'all can definitely reach out to me if you need any help, solutions, guidance, mentoring, counseling, security-wise, family-wise. Protect yourselves, protect your community, protect your neighborhoods, protect your life, because your life is important. And what we heard tonight, not only if your life is important, but the life that you leave after you is important. That is your children. The children is the future, the generation. And if we don't have our children and we don't respect and love our children, we have no tomorrow. So it's important that we protect our children, that we love our children, and we protect our communities. And the best way to protect yourself is with CPIIA in position and in operation now, that you can get help anywhere at any given time, 24 hours, 7 days a week, anywhere in this nation. And this CPIIA Citizens and Police Immediate Interactive Assistance, you can type and text CPIIA at 409-444-3524, and you will get the help and the consultation that you need, and you'll get the protection you need for you and your family.
Yes, sir.
And I'm Jay Bean. This your average Joe. I really don't have nothing for his time. I like to shout out CTR Media Network. That's who brought us all together. And once again, I'd like to thank the doctor.
Appreciate it, fellas. Great time.
All right, sir. Man, hope to have you back, man, in the neighborhood.
Anytime.
Thank you so much, bro. And that's it for the Men Can't Always Be Wrong podcast. We'll catch you guys next week.
All right. Be blessed, fellas.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are. The media network, that's the best by far. Whether you listen at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above par. Never lasting, motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you're asking. Serious talks and topics, how to come up and profit, how to better yourself, your health is here. We got it. Reaching 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment.
You are now listening to CTR Media Network.
What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are. The media network, that's the best by far. Whether you listen at your home, at your job, in your car.
This is Alethea Tucker. I should say Dr. Alethea Tucker, and she is a lesson of the podcast on CTR Media Network. That's me. I'm so happy to be here. Thanks to her, my podcast.
We got it. Reaching 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR is who we are. The media network, that's the best by far, you know. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
Y'all got a purpose in their life. While we on this earth, find your dedicated lane. Don't listen to these haters and backstabbing neighbors. Fake friends and family with snakeskin layers. Take that vision that's up on your board and put it in your prayers. Get yourself about the bleachers in the game and be a player. Take them people want you to chill. Don't sleep behind the wheel. The devil trying to make a deal. Don't sleep behind the wheel. Them people want you to chill. Don't sleep behind the wheel. The devil trying to make a deal. Don't sleep behind the wheel. If you really want to win, my friend, then keep trucking.
The Marlene Saunders Show and Podcast, where we have real conversations. I just want to inform everybody that I am a part of CTR Media Network Podcasters. And the founder is Dr. Tina Ramsey. It's a really wonderful organization of podcasters. And if you would like to be a part of it, I'm going to give you a link so you can say who sent you. Marlene Saunders Show and Podcast. So I'm excited. And you can also find me on Anchor. All the links will be in the description box below.
Children are people too. Show them the good inside of you. Give them praise for tasks they do. See their light as it shines through the light which comes from inside of you. Children need all we desire so much: the love, the hug, the kiss, the tender touch. The attitudes we express to them are the messages they learn to send. From examples like you and me, our children grow to be what they see. Do you show hatred, indifference, or love? Do you yell and scream no matter what, in spite of? Have you shared kind words with your child today? Have you truly listened to what they had to say? Or did you just ignore and continue on your way, hoping they get the message and go somewhere and play? Children are an extension of all that we are, and the most valued God-given gift by far. There are so many things they must grow to understand. We must guide and lead them with loving outstretched hands. Teach and treat children as people too. See their light shine bright through the light which comes from inside of you.
Hello, everyone. I am Gio Monroe of the Gio Monroe Show and Podcast, where we are bringing you many topics about business interviews, let's get chatty episodes, and life-inspiring stories. The Gio Monroe Show will upload premieres and go live on Fridays, 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you would like to be on the show or have any questions about the show, please contact Gio at the Instagram account name you see on the screen. So, grab yourself a virtual seat and take this ride with the Gio Monroe Show and Podcast.
All right, I'm back. I clicked on the wrong deal and just clicked myself right out, but that's okay. I'm back, and I'm Gio, and I am the content creator for the Gio Monroe Show and Podcast. And my lovely host is
Marlene of the Marlene Saunders Show and Podcast.
Well, thank you so much for being here, Marlene. I'm going to change the color to our background, and then we're going to go ahead and get started. There we go. Okay. Tonight, our topic is hopes and dreams. And the reason that I wanted to do this topic is because, so many people have hopes and so many people have dreams. And hopes and dreams kind of go together. Yeah. But some people just sit around and never do nothing about them. They can hope and dream it, but you got to get into some kind of action to make it happen. So that's what we're going to be talking about. And tonight I took just a couple of paragraphs from an article that I had read on the internet, which, as you guys already know, me and Marlene gonna put our own spin to it, right, Marlene?
Yes, definitely.
All right, now, so I am going to go ahead and get started and with the topic, hopes and dreams. Humans are born, and next, before I get started, let me just take it to my phone here because I forgot to turn it off, and it's already beginning to ding ding.
That's okay, Gio, because I'm just going to welcome Rosalina into the chat. How you doing? Welcome in.
All right. Okay. Thank you for being here so much, Rosa. Okay, let's see. Yes, she is here. Thank you for being here. Okay, so let's get on with the show. All right. Hopes and dreams. Humans are born with the ability to dream and hope for something better. We all want something better.
We all dream about something better. Okay? It is what we do after. It is what we do after we dream about the dream that we want, about the hope that we can get it, that determines the outcome. Okay? A dream without action is just fantasy. Now, when I read that, Marlene, I was like, wow.
Can you repeat that again? So to make sure everybody got that.
Okay, I sure will. It says a dream without action is just a fantasy. I was like, oh wow, that's so powerful. And I said, I must, whatever I dream about and want to do, I cannot not do anything about it. If I want to do something about it and make those dreams come true, then I need to get into action. How about you, Marlene?
Yes, well, you know, because you know me, you know that I'm just going to keep it real. That's one of my biggest problems, is just the follow through and stop dragging my feet and procrastinating. But I said, I'm not going to beat myself up about it. I'm just going to get into what I can do and then start right there.
Right. Now, it also says action is the means to achieve hopes and dreams. So if you never do nothing about it, you're not going to get it. Your dreams are not going to come true. For some people, the belief in our dreams and hopes get lost through the years. So how do we get back on track and accomplish at least a few of those dreams? The first step is to realize that our dreams are still within reach. It starts with a clear understanding of the difference between what is achievable and what is not. Now, sometimes we can have a crazy dream, you know, and sometimes our dreams are not achievable. But if you have a lot of dreams like I do, most of my dreams, I say 50% of my dreams are achievable. Now, how do I know that? Because I get a pencil and a paper and I write down what it is that I want this dream to accomplish for me. And how do I go about making that dream come true? Okay. How about you, Marlene?
Yes, you know, I talk about all the time about realistic and attainable, because if something that you're trying to accomplish is not attainable, it's just like swatting at the wind. You're wasting your time. It's not going to happen. You have to make sure whatever you're doing, that it's within your reach, that it's possible for you, because that's why we get discouraged and give up on doing something, because you'll never achieve it because it's not possible for us. So that's why sometimes I say start off with a smaller set of goal, and then when you achieve it, it's like it encourages you to keep going.
Right. The pathway that leads to our success is filled with small goals. Should I say that for the people in the back?
Yes.
Okay. The pathway that leads to our success is filled with small goals. That means we take baby steps until we reach the goals, until we climb that mountain. Because at the mountaintop is where our success lies. Okay? We build our confidence to complete the next one. So each baby step that we take, it builds our confidence, okay? We possess the ability to establish achievable goals as stepping stones to reach what we hope for. So I just said that you have to build baby steps, okay? A dream and a goal are two different definitions. The dream is the final destination and the goal is the path to leading to it. So what is the dream? The dream is the final destination. That's them steps you're climbing up to the mountaintop where it has the word you win. Okay? Success. Okay? You're all that and a bag of chips. You understand what I'm talking about? When you get to the mountaintop, you're going to feel all of this, so proud of yourself. But
You gotta have goals in order to get to that mountaintop. How about it, Marlene?
Yes, you have to have goals. And, we have this conversation all the time about, not just having a goal, but making sure it's a goal that is within your lane, within what it is that you do, because you can have a goal, but it's not right for you. So you have to make sure what it is that you're doing is in line with your lane about what you do very well.
Right. You have to choose something that you love to do, or your dream that, oh, this is what I really love. This is my dream. That's when you're going to be successful, because you have to really like what you're doing. Because if you don't, it's going to sit on the back burner and become a fantasy. Okay? One dream can have many goals or directions and strategies that help us accomplish it. Okay, so as you climb in the mountaintop to success, you can have many goals to get you there. Okay, as long as they are attainable and you don't quit. Okay, each goal is a small step toward the finalization of the dream. Now, we all have dreams. Some are for tomorrow, some are for the next week, and some are for years to come. Now, I have a lot of dreams for tomorrow because I write them down on my paper, on my tablet. And those dreams will happen for tomorrow because I'm going to work on them today. So just like I uploaded 2 videos, that was just a goal of mine to make this dream that I want to happen come true. Okay, so guess what? I completed that goal today where I can upload them tomorrow. How about you, Marlene?
Yes, and I like that you said you set your goal and then you move forward with it and you do it. Most of the time, most people, they say, just like you were saying, there is a hope. It's not a goal. So you have to get into the action, and the action is saying what you're going to do and then following through.
That's right. You have to follow through because like I said, some of my dreams are for tomorrow, or goals is for tomorrow, which I completed today for tomorrow. Some are for next week. I'm working on next week so that I'll be able to upload videos for next week. And then some are for years to come. That means that every goal that I had today, tomorrow, the next day, and the next day is going to help me get to that mountaintop of success. Okay? You got to believe that, because if you don't believe it, you're not going to get there. You're not going to get there. I've gotten there twice. This is why I get so excited, because I know I can do it. Even on my lazy days, I kind of get after myself. What are you doing? What are you doing? Yeah. Why are you in the bed? Get up. You know what I'm saying? Your dream ain't going to happen unless you get up out that bed and you do something. How about that, Marlene?
Yes, I said the same thing. I have those times where I'm loving the bed way too long, and I said it's time to get started on the day, because it's your pocketbook, or your, like you like to say, my light bill is not going to get paid in this bed.
Right, because we have the ability to really listen to our hearts and complete all the necessary steps for that day before we get into bed and watch TV. Okay, I try to do everything I'm going to do that day that's on my tablet before, and then I feel like, oh, I'm one more step closer to my dream. Okay, now how do you do this? What I do is, like, I keep sort of a journal, okay, of the things that I hope for. My hope, to me, is small goals to get to my dream. Okay, so you write down the steps of the goals needed along the way to achieve each one. Then every week or every month, review each one to assure that you stay on the correct path to accomplishment. If you do that, you will be good. Okay, but you can't just write down something 1 week, and then here come 2 weeks later, you writing down the same thing. That ain't gonna work. That is not going. You're not going. You just delaying to get to your dream. Now, if you did that every month, you're not going to get your dream. How about it, Marlene?
Yes, and also, yes, I do believe it is important, very important to write it down. Yes, it's important to get into action, but also when you achieve a goal and do something, you need to congratulate yourself. I think that that's very important to keep you going towards your other further goals. Pat yourself on the back and say, I'm proud of you, because you shouldn't wait for somebody else to give you that. You have to give that to yourself.
That is so true. And also, each review period allows you to make minor adjustments in the goals as life events dictate, because sometimes life can throw you curves, okay? Well, you may not get to work on your dream that day, and that's okay. You have to fix something that's going on in your life. You know, you might get sick, you know, and not be able to get on the computer or whatever the work is for your dream. That's okay. That's why we can take our journal or my tablet, and I can write down, you know, okay, when I get better or feel better, I'm going to do this, 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 and this, and then do it. You can write down, Marlene, you can write down everything that you want to write down. But if you don't get off your butt and do it, your dreams are going to become a fantasy. Okay. Now, if a dream is conceived but never believed, it is considered merely a fantasy. Often our lives are restricted to these fleeting fantasies because we don't have the courage to treat them as an achievable goal. What about that, Marlene?
See, one of the things I remember being from a little girl, my dad always told me, he said, I can tell you I believe in you. Other people can tell you they believe in you, but until you're convinced yourself that you believe in yourself, and now you can move forward and achieve the goal. Sometimes we need to do a little work on ourselves and speak to ourselves and convince ourselves that I can do it. I deserve this. This is meant to be for me. And I had to go through that for myself when I was in therapy, convince myself that I deserve better, because sometimes, maybe because of your background or who you've been in a relationship with, you may not have got that. But now, as an adult, you can give yourself that permission to love yourself and your permission to succeed.
Right. And also what helps too, if you got a mentor, okay, that you can talk to and just say, today I'm just having trouble believing in myself. Today, I'm just having having a problem with having courage for myself. I feel a lot of fear. You know, I just need to let you know that and just tell me something I can do. You know, for me, I pray and I invite the Holy Spirit in. And I just tell, look here, God, I'm crazy today. Because see, now, the devil already know what my dream is, and he already know that I can do it, but he want to step his foot up in here and bring me some fear. But right now, I'm going to put what I know is bigger than you fear, and that is Jesus Christ, who saved my life from you in the first place. So you need to go sit your butt down, because I am a precious child of God. And when I do that, child, please, fear to sit down and I can go on and do what I got to do. You got to have something bigger than the fear to go on. How about it, Marlene?
And also, like we've talked about so many times, when I go into that fear thing, I have to remember my why. Know your why, because sometimes our why is not big enough. And I had to look and say, this was my why, but I need to have something deeper, something that is close to you, that is going to encourage you to say, this is why I have to do it, because of this. And when you strengthen your why and you know your why and you believe in your why, you can do anything that you want.
That is so true, because y'all hear me say all the time, Child, I live in Houston, Texas. And in the summertime, it is so hot here. That light bill, electric bill, whatever you want to call it, it be darn near $100 to $200, man. So that's one of my biggest whys. And my other one is I'm not going to get to travel if I don't get off my butt and do what I want to do. Okay, I love going to Las Vegas. Okay, if I don't get off my butt and make some money, I ain't going nowhere. Okay, so my whys are big, and fear, you know, and I still deal with fear too, but not a lot like I used to, because I know how to put the Holy Ghost on it. Okay, you know, I got the tools. You have to practice these things. Okay, because I'm gonna tell you, life will throw you curves. As soon as you be climbing that mountain of success, here come a family member. Oh, I don't know why you doing that. I don't know why you don't go get this and go get the job. At least a job that's steady paycheck, baby. You go work on a job. That is not for me. You know, I'm not saying that a job is a bad thing. Never. Okay. I'm just saying it wasn't for Geo, and that I'm much happier doing what I do, and that is being an affiliate marketer. That's what I love to do, and that's why I'm good at it. Okay, how about you, Marlene?
Yes, and that's why you can't, like my dad always talked about, how are you eating? And it's a term in speaking about how are you eating off of the dreams of other people? Are you dreaming off the hopes of other people, the love, the support of other people? You have to eat off of what you think about yourself, knowing your worth, knowing who serves you, and knowing who you serve. All of those things, those are the things that is going to help you to keep going, even when other people say things and gossip and badmouth you. Don't worry about those things. Think about what do I think about myself, and remind yourself and who loves and protects you and sees over you. And that's God.
Amen, amen, amen. Go ahead on, Marlene. Now we're going to bring this to a close, okay? And I just want to just read this last part because I just love this so much. Change the thought processes in your head so that you are not restricted by perceived impossibilities. Focus instead on the dream and its goals. Set the goals needed to fulfill the dream. Dreams are then given attention and can be fully manifested by setting goals. I'm like, this is why. I learned this a lot when I was in therapy, and she used to have me write down my feelings, write down every day, write dear Geo, or dear little Geo, or dear God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit, however I was going to write. And I learned how to set goals that way, you know, because each time that I wrote something, I would say, well, I'm going to do this in the name of Jesus. I'm going to do that in the name of Jesus. I'm going to pray more in the name of Jesus. So when it came to owning my own business and being an affiliate marketer, I already knew how to sit down and say, today I need to advertise this. Today I need to call all my clients. Today I need to call all my team members. Today I need to call somebody so that I can make $100, $200 today. Okay, I already know how to set my goals. And each time that I reach them, my dreams are coming true because I'm climbing to the mountaintop of success. How about your last words, Marlene?
Yes. Well, my whole thing is that I had to stop beating up myself for the past. That is what gets me stuck most of the time, is I let the negative things that has happened to me in the past bubble up and say, you made this mistake, or you should have done this, or you didn't do that. And I have to say, but the Holy Spirit has already forgiven, and that part is already over. You have to remind yourself, but God loves you today for who you are today, not for the past. So don't let the past be what you look to define yourself. You got to take every day, one day at a time, and succeed and prosper, because it starts with that mindset.
Amen, amen. It does. I'd like to thank Marlene for being here. And I hope you guys really, really got something out of our conversation about hopes and dreams. Trust me, your dreams can come true when you set the goals. I am Gio Monroe, and I am the content creator for the Gio Monroe Show and podcast. And my lovely guest is.
And I'm Marlene of the Marlene Saunders Show and podcast.
And I would like to thank all my listeners, everybody, that has been here for my podcast. Thank you very, very much. And we will see you on the next podcast. Bye-bye, everybody.
Hello, everyone. I am Gio Monroe of the Gio Monroe Show and Podcast, where we are bringing you many topics about business interviews, let's get chatty episodes, and life-inspiring stories. The Gio Monroe Show will upload premieres and go live on Fridays, 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you would like to be on the show or have any questions about the show, please contact Gio at the Instagram account name you see on the screen. So, grab yourself a virtual seat and take this ride with the Gio Monroe Show and Podcast.
Hello and welcome to Melanated Homeschooling Families Podcast, a safe place for melanated families and homeschoolers, business owners, and overcomers to come together to connect, communicate, support, and introduce you to some amazing melanated families from all over the world that homeschool and more. I'm your co-host, Simone Knopfel from Hardy and Free, and today we're going to talk about family alignment with my husband and life partner, Jack Knopfel. This is going to be a very special show here, chatting together to kick off this podcast series. We will discuss what living in alignment as a family unit means and offer a few practical tips on how to do just that. Our guest today is Jack Knopfel. He is a retired Army officer with a passion for teaching leadership development to young men and women. He is going to share with us his experience of being the leader of his family who lives in alignment with his true purpose while doing so. So let's jump right in. Welcome, Jack. I'm so glad to have you here for this first episode, and thank you for joining us. So why don't you give the audience a quick introduction?
All right, thank you for having me. My name is Jack. I am Simone's husband. I currently am a stay-at-home dad. I just retired from the U.S. Army back in July. So now, with the topic of discussion today of being aligned with our family, it's super important for me to take care of Destin at home while Simone is currently working on entrepreneurial activities and family business.
acceptance, that was what the word is. Acceptance is so key to everything that we're doing in life, and especially for this topic of family alignment. To be on the same page with every individual in the family unit, I think in order to find that acceptance, the first step is to really be clear on our values. And so, each family is going to be different and unique for each family unit, and even for each individual in that unit. But to really get clear on our values, I think is really powerful tool for acceptance and to move forward as we grow and transition, transform together. And so when we think about values, we can kind of switch gears and talk about, family values. What would you say to the audience listening in? Like, how could you sit down with your partner or even your children to really be clear on your values? What would be your advice there?
Well, I think first values come from our upbringing and the morals that we were bestowed from our own families and friends growing up. So as we get older, it's easier to write that stuff down, write those values down. What are our values? What do we stand for? What are our principles as a family, as a unit? And then discuss them with your spouse or loved one, your partner, and then bring it to the family as a whole and say, hey, here's what we really stand for. Can we add more values to our family? And I think since our son's only 2, values aren't really something that he's grasping onto yet. But give another year, he's going to totally understand values. And I think that's going to be the time where we definitely sit down and we say, hey, here's what our family values are. This is how we live day in and day out. So is there anything else you think we can add to our plate? And how do we continue these values and make them who we are forever?
Yeah, I think that's really beautiful, because I think a lot of listeners might have young children, might be thinking, how do we teach our children what our family values are? And I think, some things don't necessarily need to be a contrived teaching opportunity, like just living your life and living in your values. So like living in that alignment will be the lesson in itself for our children. So it doesn't necessarily mean that we need to, especially for our little ones, we don't need to have like a family meeting where we teach them like this is what it is. Kind of like what you mentioned is when they get to a certain age, yes, that'd be so perfect. However, for younger, like toddlers and below, just living and being the living example, living and breathing example for our children. So, if our family values are communication, right? We want to make sure that when we are overwhelmed or when we're stressed, something happens, that they see us being able to effectively communicate with one another. So things like that, where we are just, teaching them through example. And I think that's pretty just clear cut across the board for anything when it comes to children and how they learn, is that, they're not going to do as we say, they're going to do as we do. And so if we're acting and behaving in ways that are aligned with our family values, then they're going to see that and they're going to also imitate that.
Yeah, and I think also additionally is that the values will just naturally be there for them because we are living it day in and day out. And I think the discussion of it is just important, just so they can learn the word values, that people should have values. People should have principles that they stand for, what they live for, and they can change over time. 100%. These aren't in stone or anything. It's an ebb and flow of life. Your values will be different from here in America to if you're living in China somewhere where it's a totally different world, and you're going to be like, wow, I do still have these same values, but I actually can't even have the same characteristics because it's not able to in China or whatever, if that makes sense. So
yeah, kind of like giving, I think we had this theme a few months ago. For me, it was like, giving ourselves the permission to change our minds. Like actually both of us together, like, we uprooted our family and we moved to Costa Rica soon after Jack retired, and we got there and we thought we were going to be there indefinitely, long term, at least a year. And within the first week, we realized that it was not the case. And so, kind of just getting out of that conditioning of thinking, oh, you said you're going to do something, you have to do it. It's like, actually, we can change our minds and we can allow ourselves to do that by showing ourselves grace and compassion, in the journey. And so if you have, like Jack was saying, if you have values that, you had your values and you maybe made a list in 2020, well, now 2 years later, or even 5 years from now, it's like those things can change, and give yourself permission to change those things.
Absolutely. And that's more I was leaning towards Costa Rica. I just didn't know if we were going to talk about it.
Yeah.
But yeah, Costa Rica, you could just see in simple stuff like our diet. That's a big value in our house. Is like, hey, we value the way we eat, our diet, and letting Destin understand that diet is super important. Taking care of this body is super important, and adding only positive things into the body is super important. So when we moved to Costa Rica, a lot of the things that we have in America, they don't have there. So our values towards food kind of changed because we said, all right, we're going to allow ourselves to have dairy inside of this food, even though it's small portions. We normally don't have it. We're going to allow it because we are in a different place that doesn't have what we need or what we would normally go off of in America. And,
Yeah.
and there we changed it and we allowed it. We accepted it right then and there. And we didn't even think about it as a family. And when we came back to America, we went right back to actually how we wanted it to be.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point of giving yourself some wiggle room, because that was I think really hard for me, just even in the realm of like being in alignment as a family, like because that is such a core value for us, our health, and just our the saying of food is medicine, that we really value that. And so when I made that pasta and the sauce had like one of the ingredients was some cream that had milk in it, like it just disturbed me. But to be able to live in alignment as a family, I needed to shake that really quick. And so yeah, you're right, we did a pretty quick turnaround on like, okay, reevaluating the things that we needed to give some wiggle room. And I think back to like the communication piece is when you are the the foundation of your family as parents and caregivers, you have to be in cahoots together and kind of really securing that communication to know that if things are going to change, we still have to be on the same page with that change.
And the change, I think, has to always be positive still. So it's not like a 2-year-old, like our son is going to understand, oh, we switched foods. He's going to know some of his favorite foods are not available, but overall, he's not going to know, like, hey, there's dairy in this food, right? Because he's 2 years old. He's not going to look at the ingredients. So to stay in alignment, we communicate, we make sure that we're on the same page. We're picking the healthier versions that we can find in that location. And then he just gets to reap the benefits and being in line with us, because we kind of did it up and down the family alignment or family tree or whatever you want to call it, and made sure that we were all on the same page. So it is very important.
So then let's give some like raw juiciness of what it's like when we may not agree on either values or activities, anything like that.
And this does happen for sure. And no family's perfect, and the most important part is definitely communication, because there's things that I like that Simone does not like, things that I'll eat that she won't eat, and we talk about that. I kind of do my own thing, she does her own thing, but when it comes then to our son, we've communicated that, hey, we're on the same page no matter what. So when we get to our son, he doesn't even see any of that. He doesn't know that mom and dad actually don't agree on a certain topic or anything like that. He just knows that, hey, we're all in agreement that we're having a great meal, or we're doing this activity or that, and he never sees it. So we kind of keep those boundaries a little bit, so he doesn't have to witness what kind of communication or argument we could be having, which is not much, but it's still the important part is having the communication, that conversation, the harder conversations, like, hey, I don't like that you're gonna drink beer tonight when you haven't drank in a month, or I don't like that you're going to eat this that has dairy in it, or go do that when it's not benefiting the family, So to me, it's, yeah, as long as our son sees that we're all on the same page and we've worked it out before we got to him, I think we're good. If we make that argument in front of him, then he could be confused, and that can alter his perspective. And that could also, then he could be like, oh, I don't know which one I want, because dad's saying go this way, mom's saying go this way, and that's not fair to him. So I think as a unit, as a family, it's a team, right? So you have to talk it out, work things out, get on the same page, and then bring them to the table. It's not, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and I think you brought up a good point of like having certain discussions away from our children, or like not within hearing distance with our children because especially with our younger kids who might not understand, as they get older, teenagers, they're going to understand that our parents have their differences and that they don't have to always agree. But what you mentioned with like younger children, our son is a toddler, so having those discrepancies between our like ideologies or what our desires are for certain things to have it, be drastically different can be very confusing. I even think about my upbringing and how my mom was Southern Baptist and my dad was not very religious at all. And so like even that confusion. And so it's like certain things, to be able to show our children either that we are in alignment, and even though dad does one thing and mom does another thing, this is what we're going to do it all together. Like that's a great way to look at it. Or just having those experiences where they can tap into both sides. And so saying like, okay, on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, we're going to have mom's preferred meal, or Tuesday and Thursday, we're going to have our cheat day and be able to have gluten or whatever it is for your family. And so, what would you say is a practical tip if two parents are listening to this podcast right now and they're thinking, wow, like we have some work to do. How can we get on the same page? What would be like your 2 tips for them?
I would say number 1, for sure, sit down, get a notepad out, both of you, write the notes, write down what you're feeling, what your disagreements are, what your agreements are, and where you want to be. What's your future? What path do you want to be on to better your family, to better your team, right? And start from there. So I think number 1, communication, and over communication for that fact. 2 is implementing that. You can't just have the conversation and it goes nowhere, because a lot of people will have the conversation and emotionally they feel better, right? So it's like, oh, that feels good, I got off my chest. But then they go and do nothing. They just go right back to who they were instead of implementing what they said was going to be the changes. So it has to be, have the conversation, implement the changes. So talk, action.
Yep.
2 big ones.
I like that. And coming from my world of behavior analysis and habit formation, I can plug in there a little bit about how to actually make those committed actions, because we have your values and now we have the desire to take the next step. However, like how do we do that? And how do we make lasting change? And for me, and in my opinion, and with my educational background, I can really say that putting it in writing or putting it in your planner, having an alarm system, something like that, where you can have like a family shared calendar. We tried that for a little bit. It worked for us for chores, things like that, where we can have like a set schedule on, okay, today is going to be the day that we start, or tomorrow is going to be the day that we start implementing these new changes in our family, and like having it where it's accessible for everyone to see, so that it's not just on one person's plate, and that everybody can hold the weight for this change that's happening. And then making sure that with that one sit down, maybe you need to schedule in like a weekly sit down to see how you guys are doing, evaluate like, what's been going on, and really get it going from there. But like number 1 tip to, I think, elongating that committed action, or we could say like long-term committed action, would be to put it in your calendar, put it an alarm, set an alarm, whether it's, as a family unit, maybe a new change is going to be like no screen time after a certain time. So you put an alarm in, that alarm goes off, and you give, the warning to the kids that, okay, screens are going off, and you just, together work on it in that way.
And I think it's also okay to, as you said, let everyone see it. So write it down, have it on the refrigerator. We do that often, on the mirrors, somewhere where we can all see it. And our son right now can't read, of course, but as he's older, we'll still have these same habits. So we will still be putting positive quotes or whatever changes we want in the family right in front of our face, so we don't forget. It's kind of like a extra net of accountability. We have each other, but let's be honest, when we get busy and the day's going on, it's sometimes hard to hold each other accountable. So if that thing's in your face on the refrigerator and you go back, you're like, oh man, I totally forgot to do this. And now you could rewind and be like, all right, next time I can definitely remember. And those little times that you miss and you remember, it actually helps you the next time not forget and actually create that habit positively.
Yeah, I like that. And, you know, I like the idea of creating that habit, even if your children might not be able to read it or something, or even maybe comprehend it, but to be able to cultivate these habits early on, especially either like before you even have children or right as they're young, so that it's easier when they become, you know, more active and rowdy. You're like, okay, you already have those foundational things for your family in place at an early, you know, at an early age for your children, so that when they're 6, 7, 8 years old, they already are rooted in that, in those values.
Yeah, for sure. And I think Destin, he'll be able to see we're making changes in the family or we're going to do something new, and we have a post on the fridge, and he's already going to be like, Dad, go to the fridge and read, because that's how he is. And he'll understand that at 4 or 5 years old, maybe even less, at 3 years old. He'll understand that we go to the fridge to hold ourselves accountable. That's our second part of accountability. And that's going to become a habit that he has forever. That's going to be something that is him.
Yeah.
Without even thinking. He's just naturally going to have this order in his life and hold himself accountable without others needing to be there either.
Yeah, I like that. And so, kind of to wrap it up, I kind of wanted to talk about external factors that can influence our family alignment. And when I say external factors, I mean things that are other than just the people within the unit. And so, when I think about external factors that influence family alignment, of course, with my passion and love of eco-psychology and nature, that's what comes up. Is so, you know, how does our environment, or, you know, the planet that we're living on, affect our family alignment? And I know we can tap into like the lunar cycles a little bit. We can even tap into the seasonal changes, and like, how do you see our family, like us, the Nofels, how does our family alignment change as the seasons change, whether it's, you know, from summer to fall to winter, all those things? How does our family alignment change?
Well, we just had daylight savings, so we see a change right now. Destin wakes up an hour earlier. He says, I'm waking at the same time. I don't care what the outside world's doing. My internal clock is this. So we adjust accordingly. We have no choice. He woke up an hour earlier, so we're up even earlier, and we start the day. So for us, it's not sleeping in and then waking up slowly. It's more of a, when he wakes up early, it's more, all right, he's up early. It's time to go and take him with our workout. So we don't stop our habits of working out or our habits that are positive that start our mornings and our entire day for a win. We take him with us. And so when the season changed, now he gets to go on those little workouts with us, well, with mom, with Simone. And yeah, so that's one big change right there. Just overnight, that kind of happens, right? And so you have that. But then if you talk about seasons, it's, if it's snowing or cold, everything has to slow down. You can't be in the same pace. You can't wait 5 minutes to leave because you're wearing summer clothes. Now you're bundling up and you have to think about all the extra stuff that you have to bring. So I think in the winter, it's nice that our life slows down. And it's kind of like, all right, let's prepare for this before we actually do it. And in the summer, it's more of like, hey, let's go. We can wing it. We can wing it. He can be naked all week here because he's a toddler. So yeah, I mean, that's two big ones right there.
Yeah, I think it's important, like, especially as we're coming up here in the winter season, people are going to be listening to this and are in the busy season of, you know, holiday shopping, holiday season, whether or not you celebrate. It's like you could still feel that energetics across the planet. It's like a lot of cultures across the globe celebrate big events at the end of the year. And so, like I said, whether or not you're actually involved or participating in these traditions, you're still going to feel it on an energetic level. And so, kind of like what Jack was mentioning, is just like, this is the time of year, especially in the Northern Hemisphere, where you could really slow down. And slow down can mean maybe lengthening the time that you have your mindfulness practice, whether it's just you guys going on, you know, a walk in the morning, and maybe instead of going right out there first thing in the morning, you're taking time to have some tea together, to talk about your day, and just really slowing down and taking more moments of stillness. And just like really digging deep into how do we slow down and why do we have resistance to slow down. Let's talk about that. Have you ever felt resistance to slowing down?
Yeah, of course. The military is a go, 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 right? And um, it kind of gets ingrained in you, and not only in the military, but also in society itself. You have so much oxytocin and dopamine releases available from our phones when you wake up to our phones when we go to sleep, the TV that's going on, computers that are going, everything's just happening. Lights are on everywhere. There's energy always around us. So I feel like the human race is always on go, 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 go. And I think that's also a big reason why our family takes a break always to go into nature, reconnect with ourselves, recenter our family, recenter ourselves, and really have that connection of nature and us. And when you get in nature, you realize, wow, everything's going slow. They're not worried. Nature's not worried about what's going on Instagram, Twitter, whatever social platform you're using. It's just there. It is. And I think the new wave coming in with some people is that we are finding that path back to nature, finding our roots and slowing down when it is important to, because it's okay to go, 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 but definitely it's more important to take that time intentionally to slow down. Well, whether it be in a chapel where you either go to church or nature, which is also your church, either way, it's very important. Yeah.
Yeah, it just reminded me of this quote that I heard. I'm probably gonna mess up a little bit, but something like, you should spend 30 minutes in nature every day. Unless you're busy, then you should spend an hour.
Yeah,
It's so true. It's just like, kind of like you said, it's great. It's okay to be productive, and it's okay to have all these actions and do all these things, but it's also more important to slow down.
Yeah, there's a similar quote for meditation. It's like, if you meditate 5 minutes a day and you're having a really busy day, then you should meditate 30 minutes a day.
Yeah.
Similar thing. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's great because a lot of studies in the last 5 to 10 years that have been coming out about meditation, about mindfulness, and how it actually affects our bodies on a physiological level. And what it's been shown is that meditation, breath work, and nature exposure, they all have similar effects in the brain, and that effect is directly impacting our nervous system. So what it does is it slows down our heart rate, it slows down our breathing, these things that really determine whether or not we're in a stress fight or flight state, or if we're in a rest and digest state. And so when we can tap into meditation or nature exposure, whether it's just going on a walk or just literally sitting outside on your porch, those things are happening within your body. Your cortisol levels are lowering, which is your stress hormone, and you're being able to tap into your parasympathetic nervous system, which is how our body truly heals. And when we are healing on that physiological level out in nature, it really can impact the way we relate to everybody else around us. And so if we are in overwhelm, or if we have chronic stress in our life, the easier it'll be to be irritable, less patient, and these things all affect our family. And but yeah, just getting out into nature, whether it's just for 10 minutes or for an hour, I think it's really impactful. So that's a huge part for us as our family unit, to get out in nature, like Jack was saying, every day, whether it's separately at our in our own times or together.
And what we talk about sometimes is like, all right, we just ate a meal. Let's not just sit at the TV. Let's go for a walk. And that's something we've been implementing, I think, more and more, especially when we got to Costa Rica. We had no car, so it was really no excuse. Let's go out there and go to the playground, go somewhere, but we were always walking. So we naturally were just in nature because we were walking. And you could be in your neighborhood by houses, but there's trees around, there's flower bushes, there's grass. So there's nature everywhere. Because a lot of people ask, oh, I don't live by a trail. I don't live by anywhere where nature really is. No, nature's everywhere. So that's the fun part of it. You can have plants in your house, right? There's nature. Find a spot in your house and put extra plants and just sit there. The plants are going to do the work.
Yep, I love that. And that's like another topic we can dive into another time, is like nature exposure and how to do that practically with our busy schedules. So Wow, this has been an amazing discussion, and thank you again for your time, honey. And I'm excited to see the impact that this has, and just continue to share our story and share the things that we're passionate about.
All right. Thank you for having me.
Okay.
Look forward to coming back.
CTRmedianetwork.com sponsors Melanated Homeschooling Show and Podcast. CTR Media Network is a marketing and podcasting network that reaches 350 million global listeners in over 40 countries. CTR Media Network specializes in helping entrepreneurs and podcasters grow and maximize their visibility. In addition, CTR Media Network provides access to impactful positive media and content designed to help you walk into your purpose while positively impacting the world with good. Go to ctrmedianetwork.com today to learn more.
The comments are in, and they look pretty good. Bing bam! Thank you so much for watching. Our sponsors: The Finkley Experience, an educational consulting firm that specializes in first-generation education and which prepares high school students for college. For more information, visit their website at thethinkleyexperience.com. Fathers to Father Incorporated, a nonprofit organization that strengthens families through father engagement with a goal to help men in our communities to be great dads. For more information, visit their website, fathertofatherinc.org. Ablaze Entertainment. The goal of Ablaze is to take emerging artists and develop them to the next level of their career. For more information, visit their website at ablazeentertainment.net. Thank you.
I am Shonda Scott, creator and founder of 12 New Things at 12newthings.com and CEO of 360 Total Concept. And you are watching The Michael Finkley Show. Enjoy.
Next, Michael Finkley, author of Praise Him While You Wait. Dr. Brenda Jefferson is with us. Next, Finkley.
It's my biggest dream come true. Hold on, hold on. It's my biggest dream come true.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Michael Finkley Show. Thanks for joining us today. Now, y'all, again, I'll be on these Instagram streets and everything, and I see some amazing stories and amazing content, and I just want to encourage each and every one